2016. It's now 9:45. This is a joint public hearing of the New York State Assembly Standing Committee on Agriculture and the New York State Assembly Standing Committee on Environmental Conservation. My name is Glenn Bruning, and I'm the chair of the Committee on Environmental Conservation, and I am joined by my two senior members of the committee, Assembly Member Karen Doyle, to my right, and Assembly Member David Yaski, also to my right. I would like to just introduce first my co-chair today, the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Assembly Member Christopher Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to introduce the two members of the Ag Committee, Ag and Markets Committee that are here with me, Assembly Member Kate Fitzpatrick, my far left, and Assembly Member Patrick Manning as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated in the notice of public hearing, the purpose of today's hearing is to accept testimony regarding legislative, administrative, and regulatory actions that can be taken by the state to ensure humane treatment of animals, affordable healthy products, vibrant farming communities, protection and enhancement of the environment and the natural resources and economy of the state, and also the protection of our health of our citizens. Today we have scheduled testimony from 6 organizations: the New York Farmers Alliance, New Yorkers for the Ethical Treatment of Cows, Naturalists Opposing CAPOs, Helios Greek Yogurt, the Public Health Initiative Team, and the Student Interest Program. The committee has decided that each organization will have 15 minutes for their testimony, followed by 15 minutes of questions and answers from the committee members. And before we begin to take testimony, I would like to thank everyone here for joining us today, especially organizations who will testify: Pace University, Pace Law School, and the New York State Judicial Institute for their assistance and hospitality for our hearing today. I would also like to say for the record that as an assembly member from the 109th Assembly District, which is upstate in the capital region, my constituents are overwhelmingly supportive of New York farmers and also huge consumers of Greek yogurt, while also very environmentally conscious. So as a result, I'm very interested in your suggestions for ways to both encourage increased yogurt production while at the same time enhancing our environment. Can we do both? I would like to now turn it over to Chairman Malone for his brief comments, and then I will ask each of the other members for their brief comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I represent the 121st Assembly District, that's Oneida County, squarely in the center of the great state of New York. And like my colleagues, we represent about 120,000 constituents in each of our districts. I have 200 dairy farmers in my district. And I don't think I need to explain that the last several years have been difficult on the entire country with the Great Recession, but certainly on the farmers of New York State, and certainly my constituents as well. So I'm wearing 2 hats here today. I'm not only a representative of a certain group of people in the state of New York, but I'm also the chair of the Agricultural and Markets Committee. And as such, I need to look out for the interests of the entire state and not only my constituents. And so I understand that we have different interests here today that are going to testify. And if we do our jobs right today, my sense is that no one will be happy, that we will compromise on this. And I think that that's what, as the chair of my committee, I'm always striving to do, to take competing interests and to try to forge a compromise where no one will be happy. And if no one is happy, then certainly we've come to the middle and come to a good resolution, I think. So I'm going to be very interested in hearing what you say and the information you give us, because we're going to take this back, and our jobs is to create policy out of this. So I'd like to briefly turn it over to my colleagues on the Ag and Markets Committee if they have any opening comments. Assembly Member Fitzpatrick, would you like to go for it?
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say that I am looking forward to hearing testimony on this. I am concerned about the small farmers in New York State, and I'm worried about their being taken over by farmers that are, if you call them farmers, that are too large, factory farming, that sort of thing. I want to see small farms maintain themselves, but I also would like to see some expansion if that seems like it can be done sustainably and without doing the damage to the environment that we have seen, in my view, done by farms that have grown too large.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you as well, Mr. Chairman Bruni. I come here from a dairy farm district that has seen some hard times upstate New York. And I'm here with an open mind and willing to listen on both sides of the aisle here on the concerns of environmental conservation and lax standards versus addressing the need for upstate jobs. However, I know we often talk about in upstate New York the Chobani paradox, as we call it, which is the growth of the Greek yogurt industry is such that there is not enough milk. But I don't hear that from my small farmers. But I don't want to lose companies such as the seed company that is here that employs many of my people. So on that note, I'm myself, like many of my colleagues, are in a paradox as well. So the testimony I hear today will truly direct me on where I think we need to go in ag markets to make sure that we keep upstate businesses thriving. And agriculture is business, and sometimes we forget that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Assembly Member Doyle if she would like to make any comments.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you to all of you too. I represent a district in the lower Hudson Valley. And now while we may not be in a farming area, we are not quite urban, we're not quite rural. We look at ourselves as kind of embracing the whole package. I'm specifically looking today, I'm concerned about, and my constituents, about the environmental impacts of what we're discussing here today. And at the same time, aware of the economics of the situation. We want a strong New York State. It's an honor to be here with my esteemed colleagues, and we're also grasping the interests that they have as well. But at the same time, we can't forget about our environment, and we'd be interested in hearing about the effects on the natural resources, the water, the air. But at the same time, understanding that we have our economics in our state. And this sounds like, from what I've read so far in the materials, and I really look forward to hearing from all of you, that we have an opportunity here. And we have constituents that are concerned about jobs. So thank you. I look forward to hearing and seeing what you have for us today.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I'd like to call on Assembly Member Yaski now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to say to my fellow committee members, hearing all talk about balance and compromise puts me in mind of the expression that a camel is a horse designed by committee. Sometimes things, sometimes when you're trying to strike a balance, you miss the right target. We have a jobs crisis in the state, and we cannot afford to see even a handful of jobs go elsewhere. And I think that has to be our watchword today. So I just want to put that out before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. So we are ready to take testimony from our witnesses. Please note that we have timekeepers keep us on schedule today, who are over to our left. I'd like to now invite the New York Farmers Alliance to present their testimony.
My name is Dominique, and our goal this morning is to promote and propose laws and regulations that protect small-scale farming. In addition, we aim to grow New York's agricultural economy while reforming laws and burden small family farms and enable sustainable and organic farming. Our aim is to find ways of educating farmers about laws that have been underutilized for years that can help farmers sustainably innovate and increase in production in local communities. We seek to find different ways to promote healthy food production and make more effective laws that influence the sustainability of produce. We are here to testify to you the importance of small dairy farms in the New York State's cultural life and economy. Small dairy farms have been part of New York State's culture since before the Revolutionary War. Small farmers have contributed to New York's economy for just as long. We will speak to you today about increasing small farmers' representation in New York State dairy farms governance. We will also speak to you about managing and maintaining the current yogurt boom by promulgating and promoting best practices within a sustainable marketing and advertising scheme. We will conclude with a discussion of the future of New York's farms and sustaining small and medium-sized farms in New York State. We will now hear from my colleague Karine about governance.
Thank you. Just, could you just bring the microphone to you a little closer? I want to make sure everyone can hear in the back.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will speak about governance. The Milk Marketing Advisory Council of New York is a form of cooperative governance in the New York dairy industry. The Advisory Council recommends proposed rules and regulations as well as amendments thereto. Additionally, the council advises the Commissioner on policy issues affecting milk marketing within New York. The Council also assists with the Commissioner in the collection and assembly of information necessary to properly stimulate New York's dairy industry growth. The Council issues studies of milk marketing and helps direct the budget towards projects that encourages New York dairy industry growth. We believe that small family farms, smaller dairy farm cooperatives, and women have been underrepresented in the Council for far too long. Small family farms have been the backbone of the New York industry since the Revolutionary War. Small dairy cooperatives have taken the small family farms into the future and have allowed them to be competitive in today's economy. In New York State, the fastest growing category of principal operators of farms is women. Therefore, we propose the amendment of both McKinley's Agriculture and Markets Law, Section 254A, Subsection 2, Milk Marketing Advisory Council, and 1 New York Code Rules and Regulations Sections 40.13 Advisory Board as follows. We propose the amendment of both the McKinney's statute and the New York Code regulation to prescribe that one member is an owner, operator of an individual small farm. One member is a female owner or operator of a small to a mid-sized farm. And one member represents a small dairy cooperative consisting of no more than 8 family farms. Under New York State law, the Commissioner can implement this change autonomously without the authority of either legislative branch or governor. We humbly ask the committee to request that the Governor and Commissioner implement these amendments quickly. Speedy implementation will allow the long-awaited equal and accurate representation on the Milk Marketing Advisory Council. We as small farmers are vulnerable. Dr. Sam Simon, one of the founders of Hudson Valley Fresh, explained that major federal laws have not been changed significantly since 1936. We have also had our first transatlantic round-trip air flight in 1936. It's been that long. We cannot make these clauses as small farmers. We don't have control over what happens with our produce. We only receive based on the Chicago Exchange. We are prisoners to the commodity market. With proper representation, we can move forward. You will now hear from my colleague Samantha, who will talk about marketing. Thank you.
The yogurt boom in New York State is resilient and will probably continue for generations to come. We must therefore maximize the visibility of dairy products. In conjunction with the yogurt expansion, we recommend that the Milk Marketing Advisory Council and the Commissioner increase the marketing and advertising budgets. Budget increases will allow for new and innovative ways to market New York dairy. New and innovative marketing will boost the New York State economy and increase profits of small and medium-sized dairy farms. We recommend that the Commissioner create a special New York State brand, stencil, and stamp for labeling certified sustainable yogurt. The Commissioner and the Council have the power to create the brand stencil under existing milk control law. The Commissioner and the Council have already created brand stencil and stamp for certified graded New York cheddar. We request that the Council and Commissioner repeat the brand stencil and stamp creation process for New York yogurt. The New York stamp and stencil should read that the yogurt is 100% New York certified sustainable yogurt. Small dairy farms are part New York farm image and culture. Small dairy farms show that New York farms care about creating a healthy product, cultivating a livable environment, and protecting natural resources. The proposed stencil and stamp for New York certified yogurt would encourage producers to buy from small farms and dairy cooperatives. Producers may in turn benefit from the public goodwill created by the stencil and stamp. When people think of New York yogurt, they should not think of hundreds of cows washing small containers, rotting in one another's waste, like they would be if their yogurt milk came from capos. When people think of New York yogurt, we envision that they will think of cows roaming free on pastures of the small idyllic farm in Columbia County. The new stencil and stamp, along with some creative marketing on behalf of the New York dairy industry, would significantly help not only yogurt manufacturers, but also the small farms that are currently struggling to survive. Further, we recommend that milk used to produce yogurt be raised from Class 2 to Class 1. The Commissioner and the Milk Marketing Advisory Council have the power to change the regulations. The regulation change would bring milk used to produce yogurt under the minimum Class 1 price standards of Section 22.42 of the Milk Control Law. We also recommend that the Commissioner increase the minimum Class 1 price from $2.42 per hundredweight to $2.45 per hundredweight. 3 cents may sound trivial, but for small farms selling milk, those 3 cents per hundredweight could mean the difference between profitable season and the loss of a farm. We are now going to hear from my colleague Victoria about sustaining the future of family farms.
Even with originally unparalleled soil quality, abundant access to water resources, and diversity of production, we would have neither farms nor food production in New York State without the farmers themselves. The statistical trends are grim. The most recent statistics show a decline in the number of farms and the number of acres using in farming. These statistics show that small and medium farms are just disappearing from the New York landscape. Although the statistics do not show evidence and exact cause for these declines, one need not be an economist to realize why New York farmers are running for the door. The increasing pressures of the global market and inability of small to mid-sized farms to compete against large industrialized operations are eliminating the next generation of farmers. We must not allow the next generation to disappear. We must give them the tools and education necessary to compete and be profitable as small businesses. One example we may look to and learn from is the Iowa Farm On program. The Farm On program was introduced 7 years ago when state legislators were faced with similar declines in the Iowa farming industry. The Iowa Farm On program is a joint program implemented by the Iowa State University System and the Iowa Department of Agriculture. The Farm On program hopes to help new farmers learn proper management and people skills. The program also exposes them to principles of risk analysis and management and best farm operation practices. The program focuses on helping farmers to navigate legal issues associated with farming like environmental and tax law regulations. The Farm On program gave and continues to give first-time farmers a well-founded knowledge base for entering the industry. Well-founded knowledge is always the first step to success. We can implement a similar program aimed at educating the future farmers of New York. We believe that the State University of New York system, specifically Cobleskill University as the primary SUNY for agricultural education, should implement New York's program. We believe that with Cobleskill as a hub, the SUNY system can create miniature agricultural outreach centers. The miniature agriculture outreach centers should be at other SUNY colleges surrounded by communities in which agriculture is the main industry. The agricultural centers would bring the same tools that the Iowa Farm On program brought to its first-time farmers and grow New York's small and mid-sized farms. We also believe that New York has many pre-existing but underfunded programs. If funded properly, these programs will help small farmers prosper in New York. The Farmer to Farmer program, for example, educates and supports farmers in techniques that allow for sustainable production. Another pre-existing program, the First-Time Farmer Loan Program, is administered by the New York State Environmental Facilities Corporation. The Environmental Facilities Corporation needs increased funding to continue to grant low-cost loans to beginning farmers. We also recommend increasing the amount of funding for profit team programs that allow farmers to meet the professionals to help them create business plans to improve their profitability of their farms. Profit teams have helped improve productivity, profitability, and efficiency of New York farms time and time again. All the recommendations we have made thus far are within the Commissioner's power and the Milk Marketing Advisory Council's power. The Commissioner and Council can implement the previous recommendations immediately, pursuant to 1 NYCRR 40.31. Our last recommendation is a matter of common sense for the future of farming. We recommend that the committee and its members support Governor Cuomo's proposal to increase the state tax threshold from $1 million to $5.2 million. We also support the reduction of the top estate tax rate from 16% to 10%. A farmer's value is tied to its assets, including the land, buildings, improvements on equipment used to farm, and homestead where the family lives. The average overall value of a farm usually exceeds the $1 million mark. From credit estimates, the most small family farms are valued at around $2 million and receive only $1 million estate tax extension. Thus, when a young farmer inherits his family farm, he is usually forced to sell valuable assets by tax estate taxes. New York must either increase the estate tax exemption rate or continue to lose its next generation of farmers. We will now hear again from Dominique, who will briefly conclude.
In conclusion, we pray that this committee do everything in its power to see our recommendations implemented. Because the impact of the yogurt boom should be used to evolve and sustain New York's small dairy farm culture and not destroy it. We must use this opportunity to cultivate future small farmers. We must not allow the yogurt boom to be the catalyst for rapid industrialization and destruction of our state's farm culture. Thank you for your invitation, thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before you here today.
Thank you, New York Farmers Alliance. We'll begin a brief question and answer period of 15 minutes or so. I'd like to just ask you one quick question before I turn it over to my co-chair. You have made a number of administrative recommendations outside the purview of the legislature, but are asking us to oversee or make sure that those get implemented administratively. Plus, I saw that, I recall that you had asked for tax changes. So we'll have to obviously talk to our colleagues on the other committees. But even if we agreed and all of your recommendations were adopted, do you believe that you, as small farmers in New York, have the ability to reverse the trend in decreasing dairy cow production so that we can meet the demand? Or are there other ways that we're going to have to increase milk production?
Yes, I believe that we can meet the demand.
I'm sorry, could you just bring the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
Like Assembly Member Fitzpatrick said, these mentoring programs we are suggesting will teach and guide future potential farmers different skills they will need to keep small and medium-sized farms going for generations. We believe that keeping small farms alive is very important. It's a lifestyle. And getting more people into the business, per se, will keep small farms up to date with keeping with yogurt.
Thank you, Mr. Nasi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one or two questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues on the Ag and Markets Committee. So if I hear you correctly, sort of piggybacking on what my colleague has said, I heard an increased budget for advertising. I heard all about this Iowa Farm Program, which sounds like a wonderful idea, and bringing in our state school system for first-time farmers, for education, for all of those good things. I also heard that you want us to essentially lose tax revenue through increasing the threshold on the estate tax. So on the one hand, I hear the state is going to spend more money, and yet at the same time we might be bringing in less revenue on things like the estate tax. So my questions are, number one, how much is this going to cost in terms of increasing advertising budgets? This New York State Farm Program that's similar to Iowa, and the tax revenues lost from estate tax changes, and how are we going to pay for it? I'm completely sympathetic with your viewpoints. Many of your constituents are my constituents. Many of the farmers are in my district. But how much is this going to cost us?
Cost to taxpayer would be negligible. However, we believe the cost of not selecting these recommendations is far greater to the taxpayer of the great state of New York. Without the implementation of these regulations, we believe that New York State's dairy industry will suffer incurable harm. The loss of competition, loss of diversity of production, and eventual loss of future of farming in the state. We think that because New York State is essentially the Greek yogurt capital, and Chobani is doing so well and making so much money, that they should be able to help out the costs, some of these costs.
No dollar sign on the advertising.
Like how much would it be?
Yes. How much do you want us to expand?
I think we said that our budget would be like around 11 million.
Okay. Really quickly, the Iowa program, any idea on how much investment from the state system there, and how much, we have a much bigger state university system in Iowa, any amount on dollar figure that we would have to ramp this up with?
Our current expert on this subject is not available to be here with us today, but it would be gladly respond to the committee's question with the written testimony that he will send you on a later date.
Please send me his cell number, I'll give him a call.
Will do.
Colleague?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you coming today. I respect what you're trying to tell us to preserve and maybe expand the small farm industry in New York. As I said, I represent many of those small farms, including Columbia County. But I'm here today more on the present than the future. And our biggest concern with this public hearing is it's kind of twofold. One, the impacts of CAFOs, but more so the impact of reducing regulations and the impact to the environment. And more so, are these reductions in regulations going to save the Greek yogurt industry in New York? I mean, I think we've all heard in the paper that many, including some testimony we're going to be hearing by one of these Greek yogurt manufacturers, is that Idaho is becoming very, very attractive, and they're trying to steal away our Greek yogurt industry. I know Europe, they're more than happy to give non-GMO feeds available to their farmers in order to bring the Greek yogurt industry over there, to the detriment of the state of New York, upstate New York. So my fear here is we're talking about the restriction of small farm ownership to women based or other restrictions, or restricting, demanding that we use a class 1 milk versus class 3, and so on and so forth. I gotta tell you, many of my multi-generational farms are you know, male-based. It might be increasing, and God bless, we need to expand. But they're male-based, they're older, and they have a way of doing business. And a lot of the sins of class 3 versus class 1, they all get settled in the cooking of the milk to make sure that all the good stays and all the bad goes. So I guess I'm asking you, do you have any recommendations on how we can make sure, beyond marketing and beyond restrictions, how we can make companies such as Helios, Chobani, whomever, move towards purchasing at a living wage milk from small dairy farms versus large dairy farms, so maybe we don't have to do these changes in the number of cows in a large dairy farm. Sure. Need me to rephrase, I'm more than happy to.
Well, I think for the first part of your question, there was a lot there. For the first part about going overseas I think the marketing and advertising is key. I know you're asking for another recommendation, but I think it's key because I think it goes back to people wanting to purchase their food, purchase their yogurt, purchase their milk from New York State, where they live, where they're from. I think it goes back to just the advertising and marketing, the support and the importance of farming. I don't think people really see the importance of the positive aspects of getting your food, getting your produce, getting your milk, yogurt from places from New York State, where you're from.
I don't think they see that.
Yeah.
I think they like the colorful package
Yeah.
of Helios, and they're more than happy just to
Exactly.
grab it and go. Many of those states not being New York.
So maybe if we went out more with the advantages of buying from New York State, buying locally, I think that maybe if people were just a little bit more knowledgeable about that, it could definitely help.
Anyone else? Any recommendations for the president to get the small farmer a piece of the action?
Well, I think, as I said before, profit teams would be very beneficial. We have them now, but we should increase the grants, and they can get professionals in the business side and marketing side for farms themselves. And it can make them grow their profits, their products. So CAFOs want to buy from small farms and get the class milk that we need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Assemblymember Fitzpatrick.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. This has been very informative. I would like to ask if any consideration has been given to whether or not, say, 8 small-sized family farms, let's say they each have 100 cows. Is the environmental impact of those 8 farms, is that really the equivalent? Is that actually less than 1 CAFO with 800 cows? I don't know whether a CAFO being so concentrated actually has a negative environmental impact, out of proportion with the number of cow, or if it's really sort of 6 and 2 threes. Because if that actually is, if it is that the case that having many smaller farms is actually better for the environment also, I think that we should make sure that that gets emphasized in going forward to the public.
I think that just goes back to small farmers and believing that industrialized dairy operations would destroy the way of life of a farmer and the environment. I know for whether it be animal lovers, environmentalists, when you look at a CAFO, you don't see, 50 to 100 cows rolling in, like, pastures, in the grass. I just think when you think of farming, when you think of produce, when you think of milk, you should just have the idea of where it comes from in a nice environment, rather than a CAFOs with the animals so close together, in each other's waste, being injected with steroids, and what it be sicknesses that they get from being so close to each other. I know for me personally that it just doesn't sit well in my stomach, and I'm sure for a lot of people here, they feel the same way. To me, when I just think of farming, when I think of New York State farming, cows, I just want to see that picture in my head of a beautiful farm, Great.
And also, we'd like to remember that I want you guys to just visualize a large CAFO industry, and having like 800 cows on a farm, you can't plant grass, because then you're going to have a mud hole by the time they get off the field. Having smaller family farms, you'll be able to produce more grass, because you have a better opportunity to produce more grass, and that's very good for the environment, because more planting, it's a better, it's healthier air. And so that is something to take into consideration for small farms versus larger farms.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you. We are running a little short on time. We have a few minutes left. I'd like the Hopper Assembly Member Doyle or Yasky to ask a question.
I've got a question. You recommended labeling, emphasizing creative marketing, and the labeling you're recommending is 100% New York certified, organic, and sustainable. And I just have two questions. Is that USDA organic? Is this a new standard for organic that would be something specific to New York? And the second part of my question with respect to the sustainability, can you just explain to us how a small farm operation would be more sustainable than a CAFO? If you could address those two things, I think it would be helpful.
Yes. To the first part of your question, no, it would be specific to New York USDA, and it's 100% New York certified sustainable yogurt would be the label.
I'm sorry, the New York would be, USDA is the federal standards for organic. Are you recommending that we have a New York standard, or following USDA, federal, or doing something?
A New York standard.
So setting a new standard.
Within New York, yes.
And what would that be compared to the federal standard?
Can I consult with my counsel first?
Of course.
Thank you. That would be up to the legislative standard, and we would be interested in figuring that out, but that's what we're interested in. It's a possibility.
Okay, thank you. And the sustainability of the small farm compared to the CAFO, can you address that for us? How is it better? How is it better?
I think going back to what my other committee members said, we feel that it is sustainable based on the different, what a small natural family farm has compared to a CAFO, with the treatment of cows and everything that goes on internally.
How much more time we have?
But we're actually out of time, but we're
Thank you.
Assembly Member Yasky had one last question.
I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear, are you testifying in favor or opposed to the governor's change in the standard for discharge permit?
We are in favor.
And that's because I assume you're saying that will create more jobs? What's the impact on jobs of this change, in your view?
I mean, I think it goes back to, correct me if I'm not answering your question, but I think it goes back to our programs and getting more people into the farming industry. Getting more people interested in either starting farms, getting into farming.
Can you quantify that? I mean, do you have some estimate of how many more people will be employed in farming
I think if
under the new standard?
I think if the
Or
programs
how
are
many fewer,
available,
as it suggests, which is what I would expect.
I think if the programs are available in New York State at the SUNY schools, like we said, around areas that have agricultural and farming, I think that getting it out there, marketing these programs, advertising these programs, and
All
getting.
right, I understand that our time is limited. I'll just say, I don't think $11 million is a negligible number. I don't know how much the cost of the Iowa knockoff is. I would ask that you do give us some sort of quantifiable or some sort of estimate of how many jobs you think those expenditures will create. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Member. And we will keep our hearing record open for another month, so please feel free to mail the committee any additional follow-up material you have. Mr. Chairman, is that?
It's fine, thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, New Yorkers, to the ethical treatment. When you're ready, please proceed.
Chairpersons and honorable members of the Assembly and State, thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of New York's residents, university students, and the consumers of dairy products all over. My name is Justina Sokol, and I'm an MBA graduate student at Pace University. We are New Yorkers for the ethical treatment of cows, and we're here today to present to the board why we believe the massive expansion of the dairy industry and the enforcement of proposed legislation will continue to negatively impact the lives of animals living in these factories. We work to reduce suffering for cows by being their voice in a world that stopped listening to theirs. I will speak about how the ignorant usage of the word farm has ruined the true meaning of how to treat the animals which provide us with the nutrition on our plates. Sonia will discuss the definitions of animal cruelty and recommendations to improve their living spaces. And Connor will present to you how the government's enforcement of the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act prevents citizens from exercising their First Amendment right by preventing people to expose the brutal and unsanitary conditions of these cages. I grew up right there, waking up to the sound of a rooster reminding me to get up and get going. While the children went to gather eggs, the men grabbed a bucket and stool, said good morning Rose, or whichever cow they were milking, and began milking for the first time of the day. We had approximately 30 cows that slept on the hay we harvested, drank the water from the well, and ate GMO-free feed. The mothers weren't separated from their calves, but instead they shared a stall. Young bulls became best friends and horsed around in a plot of pasture, and the female cows enjoyed a 5-kilometer walk to the wide open pastures. Poland isn't a wealthy country. However, if a single family can raise 30 dairy cows without tail docking, stomping on heads, and depriving cows of their natural behaviors, a state like New York, with a thriving economy, abundant with family-owned farms, vineyards, and orchards, should not stoop to the level of denying animals their basic rights to sun, pasture, and friendships for the blinding image of a dollar sign. Today I can ask a stranger on the street to describe a farm, and they would paint the image of where I grew up. They would never imagine that the word farm is associated with images like this and covertly envelops the idea of a concentrated animal feeding operation. Say these words out loud and slowly. Concentrated animal feeding operation. Does this sound or look like a pleasant place where cows graze freely in the pastures, chickens run around, and pigs play in the mud? No, it doesn't. It is typically a huge metal facility created for the sole purpose of producing as much milk for the smallest price tag. We associate food with pleasure and at the very least survival. So it comes as no surprise that the disturbing nature of these problems makes it difficult for us to accept the truth. However, once we're aware of the devastation that this industry is wreaking on our health, environment, animals, the most surprising aspect is how effectively these problems have been hidden from the public. It can't be that bad, is probably your response. We as consumers disassociate ourselves from this harsh reality. You can rationalize that you can't care about what you're eating if you don't know where it's grown or how it's raised. Would you want to believe that the meat you eat looks like this, or do you just picture it like this? To be considered a CAFO, a farm must first be characterized as an AFO, which is a allotted facility at which animals are kept confined for 45 or more days per year, where there's no grass or other vegetation. CAFOs differ in the sense that they are classified as the type and amount of animals they contain, and by the way their waste is discharged into the water supply. Like most people, you probably don't know that of 37,500 farms in New York, over 600 are regulated CAFOs. About 500 of these are medium CAFOs that house 200 to 700 mature dairy cows, while 146 of them are large CAFOs that house about 920. Governor Andrew Cuomo is trying to replace already permissive regulation with even more lenient legislation for a mere few dollars. These new CAFO-friendly regulations will raise the requirement of the number of dairy cows from 199 to 299 cows, which means that a substantial amount will no longer be under regulation, allowing farmers even more leniency and legroom to do as they please. This will affect you, me, and every other New Yorker by the quality of water we drink, the quality of food we eat, and the quality of air we breathe. Recommendations in order to revitalize small dairy farms in New York State are to reject Andrew Cuomo's proposed change. Have New York adopt a moratorium on new CAFOs in order to update our existing policies and develop the trained professionals we need to oversee such farm expansion. Begin programs which aid young people in starting dairy farms other than just tax credits.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sonia Azar. I'm a student at Pace University majoring in biochemistry and English. I'm originally from Pakistan and have grown up in New York. Back in Pakistan, my uncle has a dairy farm with around 40 to 50 cows. My uncle takes care of the cows himself. Coming from a third world country, I always believed that animals were protected in the United States. But I am shocked and horrified to learn of the poor condition given to these animals that provide the protein on our plate. I'm here to ask the question, what is animal cruelty? The reality for cows at CAFOs is very disturbing. Confined concrete pens, mired in mud, muck, and manure, forced to endure painful mutilations without the small grace of anesthetics, dosed with growth hormones, and drugs pushed to produce more milk than their bodies were designed for, and suffering body-breaking results, mastitis, lameness, exhaustion, and premature death. These CAFOs are too big for our own good. We need to be concerned about these excessively large feeding operations because they have become the predominant means of producing dairy products in the country in the past few decades. Some of the most common forms of cruelty to cows in CAFOs include, number one, the cows being hit, punched, and electrically shocked by the workers. Number two, downed cows left to suffer for weeks before they die. It has been reported that dairy cows account for 75% of downed cattle. That's 75%. Number three, young cows' horns and tails are burned off without painkillers, which increases infection of the necrotic tissue and can cause gangrene. Number four, the use of antibiotics and growth hormones such as RBST is controversial. Unnaturally high milk yields are associated with poor body condition and increased rate of mastitis, lameness, and reproductive problems. Number five, dairy cows are milked on machines at an unforgiving rate. Even though the number of dairy cows declined from 1987 to 2007, the total production of milk has increased by 30%. Number 6. Real production, a byproduct of the dairy industry, is inherently cruel. Cows are impregnated annually to continue producing milk. About half of their cows are male and of no use to the dairy farmers. They are forced to live in narrow wooden stalls and never see sunlight, move, or play. I have to stop for a moment. These photographs I have just shared with you are really disturbing. We've seen cows about to be hit, punched, kicked, unable to walk, sick, dragged onto a truck, in pain, and living in filth. How were these photographs obtained? Did the CAFOs open their doors to photographers and reporters? No, they did not. Only through the undercover work of organizations such as Mercy for Animals does the public learn of these atrocities that happen every single day. We New Yorkers demand that the industry be transparent. Research proves that cows are sentient beings who experience emotions. Dr. Jane Goodall states, farm animals feel pleasure and sadness, excitement and resentment, depression, fear, and pain. They are far more aware and intelligent than we have ever imagined. They are individuals in their own right. Similarly, Dr. Temple Grandin wrote that when it comes to the basics of life, other animals feel the same way we do. She goes on to explain that both humans and other animals share both the exact same core emotions. Research has also shown that cows with names make 3% more milk in a year than cows without names. Yes, researcher Catherine Douglas states, by calling a cow by her name, we can not only improve the animal's welfare and her perception of humans, but also increase milk production. Studies have shown that cows make friends and get stressed out if they are separated. Scientist Krista McLennan conducted research that involved measuring heart rates and cortisol levels of cows to see how well they coped when isolated. The research showed that cows are very social animals who form close bonds in their herd. It is clear that the European Union currently leads the world in terms of pay-for reforms. The Farm Animal Welfare Council, an independent advisory body established by the British government, supports the 5 freedoms. These essential principles have become the standards and codes of conduct for a growing number of responsible, caring farmers. They are, number 1, freedom from hunger and thirst. Number 2, freedom from discomfort. Number 3, freedom from pain, injury, or disease. Number 4, freedom to express normal behavior. Number 5, freedom from fear and distress. So what are our recommendations? First, we recommend that the committee push for the statewide adoption of these 5 freedoms because they form the core tenet of animal welfare standards. But we need to do more. We recommend that the committee push for incentives to ensure that dairy farms stay small so that cows can graze on pasture and cows can stay with their mothers. Finally, we also recommend that these cows be open to visitors and inspections. At Hawthorne Valley Farm, a 60-cow dairy farm, they do all of these. They raise newborn cows with their mothers and allow them to pasture with the milking herd, a practice virtually unknown in the industrial dairy industry. They have found that these cows grow up to be stronger, bigger, and healthier, and the herd as a whole seems calmer. These practices ought to serve as a model for New York State. We want to encourage a new generation of farmers, a humane farming method that opposes the industrial horrors found in the CAFOs and eradicates animal cruelty from our dairy industry.
Thank you, Sonia. With New York State officially being crowned yogurt capital of America, we are in a very unique position to make New York a national example, showing that it is in fact possible to protect animals, agriculture, the environment, public health, and the individual rights of the people that have been harmed by overly aggressive lawmakers. In order to achieve this, we must take a stand against the surge of recent laws called ag-gag laws that attempt to censor whistleblowers, investigators, and journalists who expose animal welfare abuses at factory farms. The one I will be speaking about today is a federal law called the Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, or ADA, which treats the act of exposing the crime of animal abuse as committing a crime. Reminiscent of the Red Scare, this legislation has created a climate of fear of being labeled a terrorist, either in the media or in the courtroom. For activist groups such as ours seeking to provide a voice for the most voiceless stakeholder of all, the animals. Yet not once in any act of so-called eco-terrorism has one person been injured. Perhaps worst of all, ADA brands people as terrorists, and here in New York, the location of the tragic events of 9/11, labeling people who speak up for animal welfare as terrorists insults those who were affected, injured, and who were lost by the acts of real terrorists. This act allows for prosecution of anyone who intentionally damages or causes the loss of any real or personal property used by an animal enterprise, which is a term defined so broadly that it includes any business that uses or sells animals or animal products. In fact, terms such as damages, causes of loss, or personal property, along with many other terms, are inadequately defined in the law, allowing them to include the loss of profits. Of course, I understand that businesses exist to make profits. I'm not here to tell you otherwise. But what I am here to tell you is that if activists want more humane animal welfare standards, they have to target these businesses' pockets. That principle guided the lunch counter civil disobedience of civil rights activists in the 1960s and the divestment campaigns of anti-apartheid groups in the 1980s. Those tactics all hurt profits, yet brought about historic results in social justice. But today, those same tactics, if directed at an animal enterprise, are considered terrorism under this legislation. That's not terrorism, that's effective activism. Arrest and convictions have already been made under the scope of ADA. In March of 2006, 7 members of Stop Huntington Animal Cruelty USA, or SHAC, were convicted and sentenced to 4 to 6 years for starting a divestment campaign against Huntington Life Sciences, a large testing laboratory in Europe with a horrific record of animal abuse. The so-called terrorist campaign of the SHAC 7 didn't involve anthrax, pipe bombs, or a plot to hijack an airplane. They ran a website. On that website, they posted news about the campaign, legal actions like protests, and illegal actions like stealing animals from labs. No evidence was submitted that the SHAC 7 participated in or directed unlawful protest activity, or even knew of it in advance, only that they ran the website. While there are aspects of existing laws that have monitoring mechanisms that attempt to eliminate the necessity for watchdog groups, such as Section 372 of New York's Agriculture and Market Law, they have proven to be ineffective. A prime example of this is in the case in New York involving Willett Dairy, in which an animal rights organization called Mercy for Animals revealed film showing many heinous, unethical practices, from hitting a cow on the head with a wrench to animals suffering from open wounds and collapsed uteruses, that were eventually publicized nationwide on ABC News. Unfortunately, Willett Dairy avoided punishment, but this is not always the case. When undercover investigations get primetime news coverage, the industry often takes steps to clean up their act. This shows that if it were not for organizations like Mercy for Animals exercising their right to freedom of speech, no attention would be brought to the issue at all, which means no attention, let alone action, brought to the treatment of cows. Recognizing that state legislators have the duty to uphold the Constitution just as much as the federal legislator, we recommend that the committee, 1, pass an assembly resolution that condemns ADA as a violation of the First and Fifth Amendments to the United States Constitution and calls upon Congress to repeal it. 2, request the Attorney General to immediately investigate legal remedies available to New York to challenge the constitutionality of ADA. And 3, put colleagues on high alert about the injustices these ag laws have done to their citizens. Thank you. I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. We're going to start in reverse order as we did from the first panel. So, Assemblymember Yaski, you want to begin?
Reverse order, cool, thank you. Sure. I'm sorry, your organization is called?
New Yorkers for the Ethical Treatment of Cows.
And how many New Yorkers are members, would you say?
All of us, we all are New Yorkers.
Yeah, I know. How many New Yorkers are members of your organization? I'm just curious.
We don't have a specific number at the time, but we are representing.
Because I did hear a lot about, cows, but I didn't hear a lot about human New Yorkers who need to make a living and who need to enjoy the environment of our state. But in order to be able to do that, have got to have a roof over their heads and food for their families. I just have a question about the terrorism part of your testimony. Is it okay for me to pose as a Con Ed inspector and to go into your home and take pictures of whatever I like? Is that okay with you?
I think that's more of a, I don't know, I don't think that's on the same level playing field as this. I mean, it is our food and this is where it's coming from. There are farms that do allow open doors and have people to come in. I mean, it's very possible. And I think if we are to speak for, as New Yorkers, for the ethical treatment of cows, if we are to stand and give a voice to the cows, we need to see. I mean, if we're going to be the yogurt capital of America, how are New York citizens not allowed to see it? I mean, if there's nothing to hide, why can't we see?
Got it. I take it the answer is no, you're not comfortable with that, which I understand. And I'm just going to sum up with my last question is, it seems that the farm that you grew up on looks to be a lovely place. Are there laws that prohibit that farm from continuing to operate in that way that you would like to see changed? Or your family or any family in the state of New York is perfectly free to continue to operate that farm in just the manner that you showed it?
Can I have a minute to confer with my team?
Sure.
We wanted to focus on the small farms because when they are forced to compete against these large CAFOs, they might be willing to compromise on some of their ethics.
Well, fair enough. I understand that point. That's a reasonable point. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that enlightening testimony. And your presentation was striking with the photos. I'm intrigued about the EU model with the, you talk about the 5 freedoms. Ms. Azar, you were the person who laid this out for us. This request or recommendation that dairy farms stay small. Focusing on our concerns in the Environmental Conservation Committee, how or what can you recommend with respect to small farms, animal welfare? How specifically does that promote environmental protection?
Well, basically, when you have a higher quantity of animals forced and crammed into a minimal area, a restricted area, it automatically becomes impossible for those cows to be able to move, graze. For example, in this room, imagine there are 500 people. We'll be all knocking into each other. There'll be more arguments, obviously. And the farmers, the owners, will not be able to give one-on-one attention to the cows. And another reason is that these large CAFOs, they are restricted, and because they're industrialized, they're confined, and there's such a high quantity of cows in there that they're practically suffocating. These small farmers, like these CAFOs, there are only a handful of them, where small farmers are all scattered. I mean, at least they have more oxygen to breathe, and oxygen is something that, like, we all human beings, like all living animals need, and these CAFOs confined in an area where technically I don't see how they are being given the basic necessity of just oxygen.
I can see the micro issue there, but we're trying to look at this on a larger level. And what I'm trying to get at is what you're proposing, how is that going to help us with our environmental protection? And I'm talking, just for an example, with clean water or clean air. I mean, do you have recommendations about how your concerns and the recommendations that you're making will affect the environment? Environmental conservation is what we're really, our committee especially is investigating here.
Well, it's much more easier to maintain small farms.
Can you be specific?
Like, with small farms, it's much more easier if they're scattered. in different areas, they have more access to like veterinary facilities. If they're only in one particular area, away from like thousands and thousands of miles away from all these resources, it's going to be quite difficult to like put all those put all those cows in a truck and send them off to veterinary facilities. But if you have small farms and they're scattered in different areas, they have more ready access to all the other resources that are around us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member.
Thank you for your testimony. I think this is very helpful, and I want to say flat out that I agree with much of what you're saying. The Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act is an embarrassment to every person in this country. It's facially unconstitutional, in my opinion, and hopefully it will be overturned. And in the meantime, I think that we need to do what we can to mitigate the effects of it, such as requesting that there are efforts ongoing, as I'm sure you know, to try to get prosecutors to agree that they will not try to enforce such a law. I think that it's a fantastic idea to try to work with the New York AG about legal remedies. And I think that it's tempting for people to sort of focus on the initial criminal act that might be happening, arguably, depends on the circumstances. But when a person undercover makes a film of what's going on, and then they analogize it to someone going into a private home or something and doing that. And there are a lot of differences that I think we need to appreciate. For example, if a person goes into a private home, even unauthorized, you might be outraged, but a little less outraged if what we saw was someone, beating his wife, electrocuting his children. So it matters what you see. And we already know, I think everyone here knows that farmed animals have almost no protection, unlike companion animals in terms of the federal and state laws. And also, quite to your point about the AETA, even if you want to charge someone with breaking the law by going in undercover or breaking through a window, it used to be, before the AETA, correct me if I'm wrong, that you would be charged with trespass, a criminal trespass. And now you actually can be labeled a terrorist, as I understand some people have, and they've been put into secret prisons. So I just thank you for indulging me in my soapbox for 2 minutes. I really think this was a fantastic presentation.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Man, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be one note in this public hearing, but I appreciate, respect what you're saying, but I have to deal with the here and now, and I have an industry that has 1 foot out the door, maybe in New York, my words, not theirs. Do you have any recommendations if we are not to go the direction that the governor would like us to go in expanding CAFOs? What would you recommend in order for us to deal with the supply of milk that is needed and working with all farmers within the state in order to provide what is needed by this business? If not CAFO, then what?
I would like to point out a multi-billion-dollar company, Ben & Jerry's, who purchases their milk from small family-owned farms in Vermont, and people are willing to pay the extra $1.50, 75 cents for a better tasting, better quality milk product. I believe that if we improve quality over quantity of milk, then people would be more willing to spend the extra 50 cents on Chobani yogurt versus the non-brand name. And I think New York can increase the corporate tax percentage that they have. Right now it's at 7%, whereas states like Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C. have almost a 10% corporate tax rate. The small-owned family farms could have a lower tax rate, and that would promote smaller farms over the corporate tax.
I would also like to add to that. It seems that there's a rhetoric surrounding animal welfare and economy that they have to be, dichotomous. You know, I don't think that's the case at all. We can have both. I mean, it says right on the cover of the program, building a New York dairy industry that is economically, environmentally, and ethically sound. You know, it's very much possible. I mean, we've cited that, you know, there are farms and corporations out there that have achieved this. So,
Well, if you take that as such, it's the first word in building this dairy industry is economically sound. And right now, all I know is your company needs milk. They say there's not enough milk. You're asking us to work towards blocking, reversing some of the recommendations by this government that was elected by all the people. I'm asking, do you have anything in any other arrows in your quiver to help us give him and give this company and other companies like it an alternative to CAFOs?
Well, I mean, I think an important aspect is to harp that more small farmers, so corporations like Ben and Jerry's who do support small farmers and get most of their milk from it. And I think it's also important to remember that with transparency of the industry and stuff like that, more New Yorkers and more people are willing to pay in if they can see what they're paying for. You know, I mean, you go into a supermarket, it's almost quite literally a democratic voting booth. You know, so you can decide which one is which, and if you know where it's coming from, you're more likely to pay in for it.
So we're willing to pay, I'm supposed to tell the company, we're willing to pay more, just tell them it comes from New York, and we're ethically, that we treat our animals ethically. Okay, thank you.
We're just about out of time. I just want to make a couple of comments. I deeply respect the views of all of my colleagues up here. I just want to piggyback on what Assemblymember Yaski said about the human rights component. I'm just struck that the 5 freedoms you talked about, and the idea, I think, comes from a great New Yorker, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who talked about the 4 freedoms in the midst of our Great Depression. So cows get 5 freedoms and human beings only get 4. I'm sort of struck by that dichotomy, but more particularly the footprint of the industry. And my colleagues have touched on this. So are you advocating that we actually have fewer cows in the state? More small farmers, I understand that, but are we actually decreasing or increasing the number of cows, the output of milk, as my colleague said? What are we talking about here in terms of raw numbers? And I have a follow-up question.
Charles Darwin once said that, I'm going to paraphrase him, he said that the only difference between human beings and other animals is in degree, as great as it may be, not in kind. And before it was a hierarchical system where there was God, man, and then there were other beasts and animals, but science has just proven that there's a homology when it comes to DNA. Other animals also share similar emotions, they feel feelings just like human beings, and the demand for milk can definitely be achieved. We only have a handful of CAFOs when we have hundreds of small farms, and those handful of CAFOs, like the amount of milk that they produce, can definitely be balanced by those hundreds of farmers out there. I definitely agree that it can be possible.
Happy cows equal more milk.
I think we're out of time, Mr. Chair. I'll turn over the council on to yours. Thank you for the Darwin quote. I'm not sure if he's alive and well today, but certainly that helps somewhat.
Thank you, panel. We appreciate it again. Like we said before, if you have any follow-up, please feel free to mail it to the community.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Good morning. Next up on our agenda, testimony from naturalists of concentrated animal feeding operations. Is that correct? Please begin when you are ready.
Good morning, Chairman Green, Chairman Malone, and Assembly members, and thank you for taking the time to listen to our testimony today. We are the naturalists opposing concentrated animal feeding operations, or NOCAPO, and we're here to talk mostly about the negative environmental impacts of the deregulation and general CAPO presence within New York State, specifically as it relates to climate change, waste management, and sustainability. We have a map to begin with that shows the general outline of where dairy CAPOs are present within the state. As you can see, most of them are located in upstate New York along the Canadian border and around the Great Lakes region. However, just because there are not many CAPOs in the southern half of New York does not mean that their negative impacts don't spread throughout the entire state. I'll now invite my colleague, Mr. Garcia, to talk about climate change.
Thank you, Ms. Alba. Ronnie Cummins wrote, "Our modern energy, chemical, and genetically modified organism-intensive industrial food and farming systems are the major cause of man-made global warming." This was determined by scientists who wanted to see what the effect of CAPOs were on the greenhouse effect. And they determined that CAPOs emit large amounts of greenhouse gases, nitrogen and methane. Now, nitrous oxide in particular, which is emitted through the breakdown of nitrogen in livestock manure and urine, is approximately 300 times more potent at trapping heat in the Earth's atmosphere than carbon dioxide. Now, one of the things that climate change is credited to doing is strengthening tropical storms, and we can see that in the New York area, as Hurricane Sandy and Hurricane Irene are two recent examples. Now, GrowNewYorkCity.org reported a long list of farms with substantial damage from Hurricane Irene, even a few that had to pull out of the selling season and couldn't sell anything for that season, such as R&R Produce. And Hurricane Sandy also listed similar effects, such as damage to infrastructure, as well as power outages and shipping routes that were harmed. Now, also, there's a trend in changes in the levels of precipitation due to the climate change. Now, Cornell University reported an increase in precipitation downfall of up to 5% by the year 2020, 10% by the 2050s, and up to 15% by the 2080s. Also, by the year 2030, it's predicted that global warming will triple the odds of flooding in the New York area. With this increased level of rainfall and percentage of chance of flooding, coupled with the increased concentration of CAPOs and their waste, it will lead to increased runoff into safe water supplies, and it will lead to higher pollution. I will now turn the mic over to my colleague, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, 20% of greenhouse gases are emitted from the agriculture industry. Relating back to my colleague Mr. Garcia's points, CAPOs are responsible for rising climate temperatures and sea temperatures, but that's not all. Since the modern era sea level rise measurements began in 1992, there has been a steady increase of sea levels in the New York area. If you direct your eyes to the figure on the screen, these are sea level predictions for the Northeast area. Specifically, Battery Park in New York City, which, may I add, was recently severely impacted by Superstorm Sandy, is predicted to have a 1.5-inch sea level increase each decade. The borough of Queens is expected to have a 1-inch increase each decade. According to the New York State Sea Level Task Force, over 120 miles of New York City is no more than 6 feet above high tide. Within this 120 square miles live over 1 million New York City residents. Klaus Jacobs, a scientist at Columbia University, believes that anything less than retreating from these low-lying areas is a risk of is an area of form of risk denial. Over 1 million residents will have to retreat from coastlines and populate areas where CAPOs are already negatively impacting the environment and its resources. I will now turn the mic over to my colleague, Ms. Peer.
Thank you. The various plant and animal species that inhabit New York State have adapted to their environments and the current climate in which they live. Pollinators like butterflies and bees are habitat specific. If their habitats are no longer intact or altered by the changing climate, the species could potentially become endangered or even extinct. The combined animal feeding facilities would more than likely be constructed on land that serves as a home for declining populations. Habitat loss is the #1 cause for the endangerment or extinction of species. Instead of building CAFOs on these very areas, we should look towards implementing traditional dairy farms. Free-range cows would be beneficial economically and environmentally. Cows in this environment are proven to produce more milk, and habitats would not need to be destroyed. More land would be used to produce corn and other grains to feed the herds of cattle, and monocultures and over-farming deplete the nutrients of the soil and would subsequently lead to a higher dependence on fertilizers. Farmers will also increase their use of pesticides to keep their crops from becoming damaged and increase their yields, which have a negative impact on wildlife. Beehives have been known to die out after neighboring farms had applied pesticides. Land application of manure is bound to increase due to its abundance in these facilities. The nutrients contained in the manure is highly valuable, but must be regulated in order to prevent the degradation of water quality and to lower the public health risks. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Ali.
I thank my colleague, Ms. Peer. Waste management is the removal of different types of waste, including but not limited to municipal solid waste, hazardous waste, and more. CAFOs, or concentrated animal feeding operations, produce an entirely different type of waste that must be handled properly in order to ensure the safety of the surrounding ecosystem. Yogurt companies, CAFOs, and New York surprisingly have something in common. New York is attempting to become the Greek yogurt capital of America, since Greek yogurt is becoming a part of popular culture here. We are upset about CAFOs and Greek yogurt because some Greek yogurt companies, unfortunately, depend on dairy-based CAFOs that do not properly manage their waste. The improper management of waste can lead to things such as water pollution. This means that the pollutants coming from these factory farms are able to pollute the water that places in the lower parts of New York depend on. The pollution can affect both humans and animals alike, and could also end up harming the natural environments of the surrounding areas. In fact, according to factoryfarm.org, in 2009, a dairy manure spill in upstate New York spilled into a tributary of the St. Lawrence River. Workers at a 6,000-head dairy spread manure to frozen fields, which pooled and leaked into the river. In this case, it becomes apparent very quickly that using manure to add nutrients to the soil like this does not help, but rather it causes harm. I now yield to my colleague, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you. The addition of too many nutrients to the soil brings us to the problem of eutrophication. According to the United States Geological Survey, they define eutrophication as the natural or artificial addition of nutrients to the bodies of water. Basically, the people running CAFOs are adding too many nutrients to the water by land applying them or spreading them on waste lagoons, like the ones shown in the previous picture. Some of the nutrients are even seeping into the water and soil, which is damaging the soil to some degree and further polluting the water, essentially making eutrophication a direct threat to the lives of many people and animals. The pollution of water from CAFOs in upstate New York affects the rest of the state's watershed as a whole. Acid whey, which is being used in CAFOs that supply companies that produce Greek yogurt, is something that is polluting the water. For instance, in Julie Grant's article, Giovanni Responds to Toxic Whey Concerns, she both defines and describes what acid whey is and does very well. A report on the Modern Farmer website explains that making 1 ounce of smooth, creamy, protein-packed yogurt, like Phage or Giovanni, takes about 4 ounces of milk. The remaining 3 ounces are strained out into a thin, running liquid called acid whey. It's roughly as acidic as orange juice, and it can't just be dumped. Modern Farmer says whey decomposition is toxic to the natural environment. It robs oxygen from streams and rivers and can destroy aquatic life. Spills of cheese whey have killed tens of thousands of fish around the country in recent years. And as we all know, the destruction of aquatic life can greatly affect the rest of the food web. The effect that all of this has on the great state of New York is that the water that both eutrophication and the acid wave pollute is the same water that everyone and everything else depends on in order to survive. Like in order to survive in New York, like this picture of New York waters. I now pass the floor to my colleague, Ms. Alba.
Thank you. To summarize, my teammates are trying to say that industrial farms and large CAFOs are unsustainable for two major reasons. The first being resource consumption, and the second being pollution. CAFOs require intense amounts of fossil fuels not only to power the actual facilities themselves, but to transport their goods across the state, even the nation, and also to cultivate and grow the crops and monocultures like corn and soy that are used to feed the dairy cows. The fossil fuels that are used are non-renewable, which means that whether the supplies run out in 10 years, 100, 1,000, eventually they will, and so it is illogical and unsustainable to put our food production system on top of a resource that will eventually no longer be available to us. The fossil fuels also contribute to air pollution, as my colleague Mr. Messi talked about with climate change. Water is also heavily used by CAFOs for not only the cattle, but again to irrigate the crops and monocultures that are growing the corn the cattle feed on. If cattle are moved to more traditional style dairy farms where they can feed on grass pastures, which grow with the average amount of annual rainfall per year, they can reduce their water and fossil fuel output. Waste management is another problem with CAFOs, as my two colleagues before me discussed. Eutrophication is an issue in New York State and across America, and it is caused by excessive nutrients in waterways that then cause algae blooms and decompose and rob oxygen from the water. When you kill the aquatic life in a system like this, it's like removing a chain from a link, or excuse me, a link from a chain. It causes the entire ecosystem to fall apart around it. For more sustainable solutions, I now pass the mic over to my colleague, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. As we seek to minimize and mitigate these impacts in our current model, we look to a more sustainable model to guide our dairy industry. We turn to sustainable farming, which holistically meets production needs, working with nature rather than against it. In doing so, we should secure a system that ensures the protection of our air, water, soil, and overall quality of life. As we seek to accomplish this goal, it is necessary to take a look at current practices and contrasting them with a sustainable and very achievable model. Currently, as it stands, cattle are fed monoculture corn, whereas the model we seek to achieve, they eat as they naturally would, diet predominantly consisting of grasses such as alfalfa and potatoes, and they are often raised in inhospitable, unsanitary conditions, whereas in the other model, sustainability promises to alleviate, in our current model, because they're raised in inhospitable and sanitary conditions, this leads to an increased incidence of disease and thus increased need for antibiotics. And the responsible model alleviates this issue. Current model is actually energy intensive, relying too intensively on non-renewables, whereas sustainability promises to alleviate reliance on non-renewables, reducing resource consumption and promoting conservation. Current practices produce manure in excess, whereas manure is recycled in the responsible model, where it is utilized as fertilizer for crops, to fertilize crops, which are then feed to cattle. This creates a closed loop system. It is irrational to completely eradicate CAFOs, so there are very feasible ways to mitigate their impacts. One of these ways is through the usage of anaerobic digesters. This process utilizes naturally occurring organisms to break down organic materials. This turns organic material into biogas, which can be combusted into energy that can power farm processes. Anaerobic digesters have the potential to reduce methane emissions by 6%, improving water quality and offering a renewable source of energy. Additionally, we have comprehensive nutrient management plans, which are another feasible option. They evaluate all areas of production on a farm to identify the management efforts necessary to meet nutrient management goals aimed at reducing excessive nutrients in soil and water. Currently, as it stands, nutrient management plans are only required for medium and large CAFOs. We seek to expand and increase these mandations, ensuring no CAFO goes unregulated. And for closing, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Ms. Barbani.
Thank you. As environmental stewards, we are recommending the increase in regulations on CAFOs here in New York State in order to prevent further environmental harm.
We would also like to support a system which encourages and rewards sustainable agriculture practices and small farm operations. Thank you very much for your time today and listening to our testimony.
Thank you, no paper. I'd like to ask the first question and then turn it over to my co-chair. I gather from the testimony that you're not happy with the governor's proposal. At the same time, I do see that the governor's proposal, at least on its face, appears to incentivize anaerobic digesters. And I was curious, are there any other parts of the governor's proposal that you do support?
May we have a moment to confer with our counsel?
Sure.
While we are generally against the deregulation of CAFOs that the governor is proposing, he does have a few aspects of this change that we do agree with. For example, he's offering subsidies for more sustainable practices. This can be used to help promote the anaerobic digesters, as you suggested, which we think would be a very good idea for New York State to really become the forerunner of.
Thank you, Sally. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the previous testifiers talked a lot about care for the cattle, and certainly that's a concern here. You're talking more about the environmental degradation, the climate change, and obviously that's a concern. And I talked at the opening about compromising and trying to make sure that if we meet in the middle, perhaps not everyone gets what they want, but we can move forward. But like I said, I have 200 dairy farmers in my district. And if I go to them with some of these proposals, the first thing they're probably going to ask me is, how much is this going to cost me? So that's my question to you. All of these changes that you're suggesting, how much would this cost a farmer in my district or anywhere in the state? How long will it take to implement some of these changes? Who helps the farmer with those costs? Do we provide them state subsidies? So those are three questions actually in one.
Well, firstly, we would like to say that the cost of implementing sustainable practices outweigh the cost of just implementation to begin with. But to address your question, when it comes to the cost of alternatives with anaerobic digesters, the cost of implementation would be over $2,500,000. However, the digester produces additional revenues of $54,000, and this results in fertilizer and electricity.
I'm sorry, you said 2,500,000. Do you mean 25,000 or 250,000?
$250,000.
And then 50,000.
54,000.
So we're dishing out 250
for a year annually,
and we're getting back 54. So we're losing $200,000.
But in 5 years, it'll make it for the costs to implement it.
I see.
And you start making that profit.
Okay.
And what was your other question? I'm sorry.
I have no idea. What did I ask? The short of it is so this over the long term, do we provide state subsidies for this? The first year is something that, so great, 5 years. 5 years you're going to be out of business. My colleague talks about the here and now. State subsidies.
I do believe it was in the proposal by
Please bring them up.
I do believe it was proposed in Cuomo's ideas for the implementation of some of these things, the incentives for more sustainable practices in terms of the agriculture. So I feel like the government is trying to offer some type of subsidies already.
Okay.
Also, So the counties of soil and water conservation districts have agreed to help with some of these costs, but we do really strongly think that the benefits will outweigh the negative impact.
I know you believe that, and but I need to deal with the state budget that we need to balance every year, and I think that's where I'm getting at. I'll turn it over to my colleagues here, and then we can go work the other way. So, Assemblywoman, would you care to?
I just have one question about the biodigesters. Am I understanding it right that you can, using these, you can produce basically natural gas that you can use for whatever purpose, for cooking, for a stove? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so yeah, I think I've seen these being used actually in India. I've heard that they're used frequently where there are cows that are being raised and are, of course, worshipped by many people in India. And it's actually a very interesting phenomenon going on there. So I think that shows some promise. I think that it's a good possibility.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Pearl, is that how you pronounce your name? Here. Is that your testimony today, or a collective testimony that you just read to us, or is that your testimony?
This is a summary of my testimony.
Summary of your testimony. You speak on, in essence, if I may, happy cows give more milk. We have a milk shortage right now in New York due to many different reasons. One of them being more demand from the yogurt manufacturers. Your happy cow premise, will it make up for, with the small farms that we have right now, even the potential, say, the next 12 to 18 months on a new farm, new startup farms, would it fill that gap, that delta between what is needed by these yogurt manufacturers to keep them in the state versus expand or deregulating some of the CAPO requirements, I guess relaxing some of the CAPO requirements in order to ramp up immediate production? Can the small farmers do it, and how do you know that?
Well, I think by ramping up by deregulating the CAPO requirements, we're going to see a return immediately, but then there's going to be a decrease. So by going and supporting the small farms and going with the happy cow, more milk idea, we're going to see the long-term return, which is really more important.
So you're saying not now, but soon?
Yes.
How do you know that?
There are various studies that have been shown, even the name, as the other team said, by calling cows by their names or having them outside grazing, by keeping them in these facilities where they're tied up and they don't have places to go, they're not going to produce as much as they could. So by having, you could even have less cows and get the same amount as a CAPO with more animals in it than a small farm.
All right, so these studies, naming the cows, those things produce, again, back to the happy cow, more milk, I guess. I saw some panel in the beginning, I didn't catch it, and this can be collected, I don't mean to, but I saw you had some answers to our nagging question of, if not this, what? So that's why I targeted you, but I saw a panel on some type of thing with a green symbol. And then one of the first things now, is that part of the studies? It was Hudson Valley something. Is that part of the yeah, there. Is that part of the studies that you've done, or have they done studies, or what?
Well, they definitely do support smaller farms and also smaller CAPOs.
Okay.
Yeah, I found other studies, not exactly from Hudson Valley Fresh, but there was one concluded in France where if cows were fed alfalfa and grasses like their natural diet is supposed to be, they produced, I believe, more omega-3 and that caused them to produce more milk at a better quality because they were less stressed. So there are some small studies being done on how these, even tiny initiatives, like just feeding the cows what they're supposed to eat, can produce more milk, better quality.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I just add a comment? The deregulation of the CAFOs is proposed to lead to an increased concentration of them. We saw in the slideshow that there was actual land dedicated solely to the waste management of these confined animal feeding organizations. Perhaps that land that was dedicated solely to waste management could have been implicated in instituting more smaller, more sustainable farms, and maybe that can make up for the deficit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think that Assemblymember Yasi has a question.
I do. First, I just want to thank you for the concreteness of your testimony. You know, I certainly appreciate it. I'm sure we all do. Specific suggestions for what we can do to improve things, and you provided some of those. I just want to push you though on that to be maybe more concrete. Governor Cuomo, I understand that you're opposed to his proposal. His administration estimates that this modest change in the regulatory structure would create 700 jobs. My first question to you is, do you dispute that estimate? Or do you accept that estimate?
I don't think that we would dispute that estimate.
Okay. Then my second question is, how do I then compare, if part of our goal here is to stimulate the state's economy, I recognize your point that there are some environmental costs here, but we've got a lot of fronts here. These seem like the trade-off here seems less onerous to the environment than some of the other proposals that have been put forward. Things like opening up the state to more hydrofracking. How can you give us any guidance or any help in evaluating the cost benefits here? 700 jobs for these fairly modest impacts. I have to tell you, I'm inclined to say that trade-off is worthwhile, and I guess I'll just invite you if you have anything to say about how to judge it compared to other things or why it's not worthwhile. I know we don't have time, but we have a minute to do that.
I think that we're forgetting that making more or encouraging more smaller pasture farms would also create jobs. I unfortunately don't have the exact number, but if you can recall from the animal welfare team, a lot of the processes within the CAFOs are very robotic, very industrial. It doesn't look like there's a lot of people doing much. It's a lot of almost like assembly lines to get milk out of these cows. And the smaller farms wouldn't be operating in that manner. They would need people to do these jobs. So you'd be opening up possibilities over there. Also, we had a picture of a monoculture of corn that was being cultivated by a few people in massive tractors. If you eliminate that option, you can put more farming, hands-on work into
maybe it just goes elsewhere where people will permit that. But I take your point. Thank you. Sure.
Yes, I have a quick question. This yogurt production is something relatively new to New York, and it would be helpful to us if you could elaborate a little bit on the acid way and the waste. I know someone addressed it, I can't remember which of you, but just specifically, how is that treated? How is it captured? How is it treated? Is it buried? What? I mean, I don't know about my colleagues, but I'm not quite familiar with treatment of acid waste.
I believe in the slideshow, on that bottom left picture right there, I believe that was acid waste, right?
On the bottom left, right here?
Yeah.
So this is a capture and treat?
They basically put it in a dish.
Okay. That's like a waste.
That's just waste.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
That's a similar idea. They basically take the waste, acid waste, form of the waste from yogurt, producing chemicals, and they put them in pools for storage. It can be applied to fields as a type of fertilizer, but there's just so much waste coming from these buildings that there's simply too much.
The acid way as well is used as fertilizer?
Yes, it can be. It's also sometimes fed to the cows, and that causes stress.
Okay. And what are your proposals as to how that can be better regulated?
We believe that the smaller farms, breaking up this amount, it would be more manageable amounts to deal with, just to
So in the same way, but just smaller amounts?
Yeah, that's really the problem here, because the pollutants that cause eutrophication can be incredibly helpful. They're fertilizers, nitrogen and phosphorus. It's just that the environment can't handle so much at one time coming at it, and that's what causes the degradation.
But it is manageable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll move on to the next panel.
Today. Telos is dedicated to creating authentic Greek yogurt of the finest quality. We produce our yogurt through milk of the purest variety from our regional farms without any added preservatives. Our product does not only provide a convenient, healthy snack, but conveys happiness and nutrition in every spoonful. As women pioneers, a part of the minority and women business enterprise, we've built Telios to emphasize a life of sustainability and balance. With such sustainability, we strive to accomplish our goal of nourishing the lives of all. The Greek yogurt industry has had a rapid increase in the recent few years. In recent years, we have witnessed in 2012, Greek yogurt sales were 34% of total yogurt dollars and 22.5% of total yogurt volume sales. Also, in the year 2012, non-Greek yogurt fell 10% by volume, while Greek yogurt rose 71%. This has led to New York being #1 producer of Greek yogurt in the United States. The United States Department of Agriculture estimates that per capita consumption of yogurt in the U.S. has risen from 2 pounds in 1975 to approximately 14 pounds today. New York has quadrupled its Greek yogurt production since 2008. And also in 2012, New York officially passed California in the production of Greek yogurt, making New York State the #1 capital in America. The Greek yogurt boom has led to the rejuvenation of the dairy industry in New York, creating a golden opportunity for farmers. As you see in the graph, in 2012, New York, the blue line, passed California, the red line.
With such a rapidly growing industry, we recognize the concerns in the production of Greek yogurt and the hopes of bringing to light these issues we need to invest in as part of our goal of nourishing lives. The first concern is acid whey. As heard by our environmental colleagues, acid whey is a byproduct created during the production of Greek yogurt. Concerns with acid whey are the proper disposal of it, as well as the worries of increased production will lead to increased volumes in acid whey. Issues in animal welfare. The issues are with overworking, abuse, mistreatment, and overcrowding of animals as the demand for this industry increases. I'd like to turn over to my colleague Emily to explain the rest of the concerns.
All right. Small farms are often being left behind in the ever-growing yogurt business. The demand is often way too high for them to meet up with, and they sometimes lack the proper resources. This is concerning to us because we believe that small businesses and small farms are a fundamental part of New York State. We are also concerned about education. Many farmers lack training in the marketing of their product and proper waste management and keeping up with the increased demand of milk. We also found that many farmers are unaware of the global milk market, and we are also concerned that many CAFOs may not be treating their waste disposal in the most effective way. Because of this, we have some recommendations, starting with acid whey.
Recognizing the issue of acid whey, we believe in the investment and research into solutions such as anaerobic digesters. An anaerobic digester is a plant that contains special bacteria which break down the harmful substances found in acid whey. Then combined with heat and this breakdown of material, it creates biogas which is then used as a power source to not only power the plant, but other plants as well. We believe in the increase of anaerobic digesters. And as you can see here, this is a chart explaining how it works. Currently, with acid whey, Greek yogurt industries pay small farmers to take acid whey off their hands. Acid whey is then put into the feed of animals and is also used as a fertilizer. While this is okay in small amounts, it is not okay with the abundance that is left. This is why we believe in the investment of anaerobic digesters. Animal welfare recommendations. The treatment of animals which help make our products great is of utmost concern for us. Therefore, we recommend a representative of the Dairy Committee of the New York State Department of Agriculture inspect farms annually and have violations and citations for those farms who do not comply with the current policies. Also, we support the banning of ag-gag laws. Ag-gag laws ban individuals or groups from coming onto farms and taking pictures or video. We believe that our consumers have a right and are entitled to know how the animals that make their products are being treated. We also want and encourage an open and transparent relationship with not only our consumers, but with our competitors as well.
Okay, for educational recommendations, we recommend increasing funding to a particular program called Pro Dairy. Governor Cuomo has recently increased funding to this program. Pro Dairy is a program started by Cornell University. It educates farmers on nutrition and proper waste management and nutrient management plans. Along with this, we at Telia's Yogurt would like to donate 2 cents of every cup of yogurt sold, and it'll go specifically to a fund that will help support farmer education. We recommend that farmer education also include the education of the milk market, marketing techniques, better business programs. We recommend investing in technology as well. Pro Dairy has a phone app actually that keeps track of how many cows you have on your farm, the medical history of these cows, and when are the best times to milk your cows. Along with that, we recommend increasing the CAFO limit from the current limit at 300 cows to the federal limit of 700 cows. For every cattle after 300, we want to recommend that there is a surcharge per cow. This surcharge would then go into a separate fund that is managed by the New York Department of Agriculture's Dairy Unit. The CAFOs would have access then to this fund, as well as all the small farmers will also have access to this fund.
So this fund we call the Dairy Protection Fund. The money from the CAPO surcharge goes into this fund that will be a revolving fund. The fund would have proposed uses such as grants for education, research, and development, funding for enforcement and remediation, low-interest loans for farm improvements, as well as acquiring easements for critical habitats, and as well as emergency relief funds.
We want to offer partnerships to small businesses because we do believe that small businesses are a fundamental part of New York. We want to include, in these partnerships, it will include Helios Yogurt, small farms, and nutrient management and education programs. These programs are immediate, effective, and certain. We believe in supporting the farmer. We provide education on business, production, and marketing of their product, as well as waste management. And we would supply funds for cheaper goods, and then we would inspect small farms with a representative from our company, and we would also include third-party commissioning.
We strongly encourage proper production and waste disposal. After all, a healthy product makes our company thrive, and we encourage healthy practices.
The Greek yogurt industry in New York is very good for the Empire State. It boosts the economy. It provides jobs in the form of farmers, factory workers, manufacturers, and distributors. It encourages money flow and supports both the New York economy and the nation as a whole. While many historical industries in New York are shrinking currently, the dairy industry continues to grow and support New York State as a whole.
We believe in the investment of our farmers, economy, and the environment. After all, we produce a healthy product for our consumers. We want to create a healthy business so we can give back to the people, the environment, as well as the state in which telos started. Telos in Greek means perfection. We, as women pioneers, feel that it was the perfection of a woman's drive that built telos into the great industry it is today. And it is this drive that will make New York the thriving Greek yogurt empire, not just in the United States, but in the world. By investing in our product, our farmers, economy, and the environment, we can not only give back to our consumers, but to the great empire state in which telos started, and will continue to nourish the lives of all. We here at telos would like to thank the committee for their time and consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Telos. I'd like to commend you for being one of the few organizations that actually come forward with potential solutions, including revenue solutions, which, as you probably realize, is one of our greatest problems or hurdles in New York, especially when we try to do some new things. I guess I just wanted to ask you, you had recommended or willing to provide a 2% charge for every cup. Is that a volunteer program that you recommend, or do you recommend that we should pass legislation to require that across the board for all yogurt producers? And would that money also go into your dairy protection fund along with the CAPO surcharge that we propose?
The 2 cents per cup is on our end because we believe that as a business we hold responsibility as well for our farmers and the environment that help us create our products. So that is completely on our end. The 2 cents will, however, go into the Dairy Protection Fund. So that will be accessible to farms as well as people.
So just clarification, you're recommending that we pass legislation imposing a 2-cent cup on all yogurt cup production?
Not on all yogurt cups, just for our company specifically. We feel that we hold a responsibility and that we would like to do our part and donate 2 cents per cup.
Thank you. Chair,
Why don't we start to our far right?
Sure. Thank you very much for that testimony. And I want to, just as an aside, commend you as a woman-owned business. I think that's wonderful. I wish you luck with that. I have a question about, I heard a lot about the farms and dairy and economy. I'm curious, your dairy protection fund, it's going to be administered by state agriculture and this nonprofit called Pro Dairy. Is that right?
That is correct.
Where are the environmentalists in this? I don't. I didn't really hear much or enough, or I'd like to know if there's more about addressing the specific interests that were raised by some of our other testifiers, and do you have any kind of partnerships that you plan, or is there something along those lines? I just would hear any of that, and if you could address that.
Sure. Apart from the Dairy Protection Fund, we are also offering partnerships to farms. The partnerships would include us, the business, the farms, as well as waste management, so we cover all sides of the production of our product. Then, as for the environment, we also believe in the use and investment of anaerobic digesters. They seem to be the best possible solution to the problem of acid whey, and our funds in the Dairy Protection Program would go for the investment of that, and as a possible solution, may be implemented on farms as well as CAPOs to get rid of the acid whey, because currently, Greek yogurt industries are paying farmers to take it off their hands, which causes a lot of extra transportation, a lot of extra haul, and a lot of extra burning of fossil fuels. So if we were able to implement anaerobic digesters on the plant itself, it would eliminate a lot of that extra transportation, as well as the elimination of the abundance of acid whey.
Now, the anaerobic digesters, that's not something that's being used currently.
It's something that's being invested in, because right now it's in its very beginning stage. It seems to be a very possible solution, so we believe in the investment and research in that, as it seems to be the best solution as of right now.
And just, I'm sorry, just to follow up to that, what's happening in the meantime with respect to the whey and how it's being treated? What are you proposing to do in the meantime while we're waiting for this research or the hopefulness of these funds or studies to have their effect?
In the meantime, we're working with our partnerships with waste management as well as farms to get rid of the acid whey. I know some farms like to take it and they like to put it in their feed for their animals, and some farms actually use it for fertilizer, so we're more than happy to supply that for them. And then in the meantime, we're also looking into different research methods for acid whey, and right now there are some anaerobic digesters out there, which we are currently using.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also just want to thank you for your testimony. It is very refreshing to see a forward-thinking company come forward. Not too many people come and ask to be taxed and recognize their role in the social fabric. So thank you for that. Should I understand you to be speaking for the yogurt industry or really for your company? In other words, I'm just ignorant. Are other yogurt manufacturers as forward-thinking as you are, or is your company unique in that regard?
We try to think of ourselves as unique,
Well,
but also as a role model for other companies to follow.
And should I expect that, I heard you say that, for example, the tax or the contribution that you regard as voluntary. If we sought to make that industry-wide, do you think we would, that would be welcomed or would not be welcomed by your competitors?
I feel like it should be welcomed. Personally, I feel like every company should take responsibility for their part. So if a company was willing to put in that forward, it would be taking responsibility.
Good. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say, I probably show my bias here, but I'm very excited. My kids love your yogurt. It's the only thing they'll eat in the morning. So you have to understand where I come from, big fan, but I have to ask a few questions that might be a bit pointed. You brought up that the small farms are unable to meet the demand, and almost that they're, in some ways, maybe a little bit backward, a little bit behind the times for the amount of yogurt, of milk that you need in order to produce your yogurt. Have you talked to any of the small farm cooperatives at all about the issue of meeting your demand? How do you know that to be the case?
We just feel like there's a concern since there's such a large demand and that demand is growing. Some small farms may be left behind, which is why we'd like to offer a partnership. And that way, with that partnership, not only are they going to get benefits from us and the fund, we would be able to help them not only expand, but give them any funds that they need for expanding, animal protection, education, environment, waste disposal. It'd all be in one big package.
Well, I think most of the small farms that I represent in my district, or in my district that I represent, feel like they don't need a handout in order to be protected. They just need to have a leg in the game. And many of those farms seem to be sending their milk south to New York City or outside the state in order to meet some fluid milk quotas that some of the cooperatives they work with need to match in Jersey, Pennsylvania. So there seems to be milk available, New York milk available for a New York business such as yours. What do you see beyond helping them protect them environmentally, to help them with environmental issues and everything else? What are you doing in order to say, I want your milk, now how do we get it there?
As a business, we started out small, so we know what it's like to be a small business. And small farmers, as mentioned before, agriculture is also business. We recognize that and we respect that. What we want to try and do is appeal to the small farmers because they are the small farmers of the state is where the small business came from. It's where every business comes from. They start out small. We want to make this as appealing as possible. The Greek yogurt industry, as stated by the New York Small Farmers Alliance, is, quote, resilient and will continue for generations to come. We feel that this is a golden opportunity for everybody, so we'd like to make this as appealing as possible to not only help them, but to help them grow as well.
So you're willing to make a commitment here to this panel and to the dairy farmers of the state of New York that you will find ways to be able to purchase their milk and find avenues to transport that milk into your plants? Or are you just looking to help them transition out of small dairy to something else?
It would be the first option. We would establish a partnership where we would give them access to funds, any supplies or support that they would need in return for cheaper priced goods. So they would still be able to be in this yogurt business.
Well, you say you support the small dairy farmers, and I don't question you, but there's no support like the almighty dollar. Are you willing to guarantee a price floor to these dairy farmers, large or small? Especially the large, I have to say, because you're asking them to pay a CAFO surcharge. Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. You're asking them to pay a CAFO surcharge. Are you willing to guarantee them a floor of their milk so they can obviously have a living wage and be able to maintain and grow?
May I have a minute to consult with my attorney?
Certainly. I think you need to.
Small farmers are not going to be charged with the surcharge. It's farms that have cows over 200, over the New York State limit, then there would be a surcharge. That surcharge would go into the Dairy Protection Fund. If small farmers choose to do a partnership with us, they would also have access to that fund.
Access to that fund for all the improvements we're talking about?
For all the improvements, whether it's environmental, emergency relief fund, it would fall under everything, education.
I think the biggest motivator for those to expand and to increase quality and to pass on their farm to the next generation is to know that they actually have a farm to pass on, that there's a living wage. And to have a living wage in this day and age is to deal with the commodity pricing that all dairy farmers have to deal with in, obviously in the Chicago Board of Trade, which could be stopped right here and right now if you folks, who seem very willing to help those who are helping you grow the way you are, provide a floor, a pricing floor that other people can then follow, other people in your industry can then follow, or at least you could use as a marketing. Are you able here today to say that you're willing to agree to a price floor to get a living wage to the dairy farmer?
Not as an individual company, but we would encourage the committee to establish that price floor across the board.
Last time I was at Blue Seal, no disrespect, buying feed, I know they may be paying money and not encouragement. So I would suggest that you take a good hard look at that. Are you folks, did you grow up in New York, either of you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are either of you Greek?
I'm not Greek.
No? Oh, I'm just curious. You know, Haagen-Dazs comes actually from New Jersey. You know, it really has nothing to do with. I was wondering if this was important for you to keep this in the New York economy, because I'm reading indications that you're looking to move to Idaho, where things are cheaper, land is cheaper, milk is cheaper. Is that the case?
We would like to stay in New York State. New York State is where the Greek yogurt is booming. New York State is probably going to be the future capital of Greek production, not only in the United States, but in the entire world. We want to keep our product here in the state that Tilo started in, so that we can continue our goal of nourishing the last of all.
One last question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, IBM said that same thing in my district when we gave them some massive tax breaks, and subsequently they said we were chip-making capital of the world, and now they ship everything out 15 years later. Are you willing to make a written agreement that you will stay and grow as an industry within New York, or are you going to keep your options open, depending on what happens here, this CAFO debate?
Yes, we would like to make a commitment. New York State, as long as the CAFO limit is reached, that way we can be able to...
So it has to be reached, so we have to do this despite some of the environmental issues that we're hearing about and possible impacts of the small farmer. You're saying, you gotta do it.
But the surcharge would go to environmental studies and investments in environmental research. We're not just gonna increase in...
The CAFO surcharge?
Yes.
That's being paid for by the farmer, not you?
Yes, but that goes into a fund. That goes into...
I understand, but they're paying it, not you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
We have just a little time. Assemblymember Fitzpatrick, please.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep this short. Thank you for your testimony. I think your company seems very impressive, honestly. You mentioned that, I believe, that you support inspections of farms by the FDA, maybe it would be the USDA. Now you're talking about CAFOs and small farms.
The CAFOs would be under the New York State Department. If small farms decide to do a partnership with us, we would have a neutral party between the partnerships go and inspect the farm just to make sure that they're following policies as well as treating the animals correctly.
Right, okay, and I think that you might run into some problems there because if I understand you right, the goal is to show that you treat your animals, or you deal with farms that treat their animals well, and as opposed to the factory farms that we hear about where, you know, they, some of them engage in some pretty horrific practices. So that's why I guess you say that you don't support the ag-gag bills.
Yes, we want to encourage openness and transparency with not only consumers, but our competitors as well. We want to show that this is where our product comes from and we're proud of it.
Right, okay. Is there an ag-gag law right now in New York?
Not currently.
All right, thank you.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair. Again, you know, you've come forward with you've tackled some of the criticisms of the industry head on, and I appreciate that. But let me just go down this list very quickly. Acid weigh, which we don't have the technology yet. The inspections from the USDA, which is federal, not state. A 2 cent per cup voluntary or state-imposed tax, if you will, or fund contributor. A surcharge on the cattle, the farmer, him or herself, and partnerships. I'm just not clear on what you're asking us to do. You want us to allow for the CAFO cap to increase. What else? All these other things seem to be just sort of outside of our purview, or most of them anyway. If they're not, the ag bill doesn't exist either. So, and Ms. Blakely, if you would care to answer.
The inspection would be by the New York Department of Agriculture, not the USDA. I believe that was mistakenly in the PowerPoint, but
okay, all right. It did say USDA.
Yeah, we meant to say the Department of New York. That would be within New York.
How often do we do inspections right now?
Annually.
Annually, they are annually. Yeah.
So you're recommending what we are already doing then?
Well, we're recommending, even though they're annually, we'd like to continue it, but if some cases, if some farms have certain violations, that may need to be increased depending on the severeness of the violation.
And what was the second part of your question? May I ask?
I'm just not
okay.
clear, all these things seem to be.
The other thing was that we are asking more support for pro-dairy programs. I know that Governor Cuomo has been putting money into that program, and we're asking further support of this program. We believe it is very effective in what it does in helping both the environment through nutrient management plans and with farmer education.
More money? You want more money for that?
We would like some more money for that
How
program.
much?
That would come from the surcharge fund that we are asking you to implement.
We're asking you to ask you to.
We're asking you to implement this fund so that it will be used for the pro-dairy fund, and we're asking that there is regulation of this fund so that the money is used in ways that are helpful for the New York State.
Okay, I know we're out of time. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jules.
Thank you.
Our next witnesses are the public health team. Welcome, public health defenders to the team. Please begin when you are ready.
Good morning, Chairman Bruning, Chairman Malone, and Assembly members. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Samantha Johnson, and we are the Public Health Initiative team. The research and information provided in the following testimony offers an in-depth consideration regarding the negative effects and reality of the Greek yogurt boom in Upper New York State regions. We will provide the public with information to shed light on the effects and dangers present in our communities, as well as the negative consequences associated with the increased production and condensed dairy farming. Ultimately, we will offer testimony and facts to better educate and inform the public so that together we can ensure the best and safest conditions for the present and future of Greek yogurt production in New York State.
Good morning. My name is Dylan Adonisio. I will be speaking with regard to dairy farm contributions to public health concern. When a farm has reached the capacity of being a CAFO, there are certain measures that must be taken in terms of waste, as was discussed before. These wastes include manure, bad or contaminated milk, and cleaning agents. These wastes are often stored in large pits, which are susceptible to leaking or overflowing with the help of weather. Another method used is to use the soil to get rid of these toxins via Earth's natural process of filtering, and weather and soil saturation greatly affect the success of this method. As I mentioned earlier, if the ground is frozen, this method will do nothing but create toxic runoff, and there are only so many nutrients from manure that a land area can handle. A recent example would be the contamination of Owasco Lake, which supplies drinking water to 44,000 Cayuga County residents. Water samples were collected from a nearby stream by Cayuga County Health Department, and they found that phosphorus levels were quite high, being 7,900 parts per billion, and too much phosphate can cause health problems such as kidney damage. Similarly, there were problems with high levels of ammonia, being 25 parts per million. And this is more of a danger when airborne. Particles inhaled by workers or nearby residents cause burning of the eyes, nose, throat, and lungs. And at levels greater than 100 parts per million, it can cause serious injury to those tissues. Hydrogen sulfide will also contaminate the air, damaging the eyes and the respiratory tract. The examples I have used are relative to concentrated animal feeding operations, and New York State relaxing its regulations places many dairy farms below the standard of CAFO. If the most regulated farms pose these problems, how much more damage will be done now that there are many farms flying below the radar? I must suggest the recent deregulation be retracted. No business move should be placed above clean air or water. Precaution saves time, money, and in this case, health of our community. Thank you.
With regard to safety and health of CAFO communities and workers, the conversation about concentrated animal feeding operations is an important topic for health and consumer safety, especially for the communities and individuals most closely affected by the environmental and health concerns affiliated with these operations. Topics of concern include outbreaks of illness, mishandled animal waste, contamination of nearby water sources, occupational hazards of employees, and the overall condition of life for the communities surrounding these industrial farms. The major issue at present is the growing concern for the increased risk associated with the concentrated levels of manure from CAFOs becoming breeding grounds for infectious bacteria and disease. But more importantly, the concentrated levels of toxic chemicals that are being released by the fermentation of manure. There have been specific cases that support these attitudes of worry and public health concerns with regard to potential spread and contamination of sickness and danger from CAFO facilities to workers and neighbors if not properly managed. Even more alarming is the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health publication that can be accessed through the CDC website. The publication is titled, Preventing Death of Farm Workers in Manure Pits. The publication's purpose is to alert all workers who are at risk and warn them about the several deaths by asphyxiation that have occurred due to the highly toxic, oxygen deficient, and even explosive atmospheres they are working around. The manure pits are a potential danger because of the fermentation of the manure into fertilizer or other liquid waste. The process the manure undergoes in these pits can generate 4 potential gases at toxic levels: methane, hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, and ammonia. These toxic chemicals are polluting our atmosphere and the air we breathe, which poses a clear danger to both workers and the surrounding community's health. From 1985 to 1990, the CDC reported 16 fatal incidents resulting from the asphyxiation of workers in manure or other similar waste tanks. In 1990, the CDC, along with the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health's publication, did provide an extensive list of recommendations in order to better ensure the safety for workers and reduce risks associated with these manure pits. Again, these recommendations were mentioned in a CDC warning in 1993. And again, in 2007, the same recommendations were proposed due to the ongoing concern of these manure pits, after yet another tragic incident involving a small Virginian family farm. In July of 2007, there were 5 deaths on a small Virginia family dairy farm. 4 family members, 2 children, 9 and 11 years old, and 1 farm worker due to suffocation, as they were overcome by the deadly fumes from the farm's manure pit. The problem is obvious. These recommendations are great in theory, but how much longer are we going to recommend them before we take action and mandate them? 17 years later, the death toll continues to rise. Workers and communities continue to suffer. How much longer are we going to wait until we make these recommendations regulated legislation that will protect the public safety and health? FIT endorses and encourages all farms with manure pits to follow the recommendations made by the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health and the CDC. Manure pits on farms should be treated like any other type of confined space. NOSH and FIT recommend that all dairy farm workers take the minimum precautions whenever manure pits are in use. Post hazard signs on all manure pits, provide a powered, continuous fresh air ventilation system for each manure pit, Never enter a manure pit unless absolutely necessary and only when proper safeguards have been taken. Never enter a manure pit unless someone is standing by and maintain constant visual or auditory contact. And eliminate the need for entry into the pit by providing access to all serviceable parts from the outside. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nikita Ingar, and I'll be talking about the hazards associated with dairy cows. There has been a tremendous increase in the number and volume of meat recalls. This should make consumers more aware of the risk in foodborne diseases coming from contaminated meat. It is said between 2004 and 2009, 466 million pounds of meat were recalled. 57% of all meat recalled was beef, and major reasons for recall were Listeria and E. coli contamination. The issue in question is antibiotic residue in meat, and it appears that the dairy sector is the biggest offender. Dairy cows are not supposed to contribute to meat production. However, there have been an increase in the amount of dairy cows being slaughtered for meat. A dairy cow has not been bred to produce prime steaks and other cuts of meat, and the vast majority of such meats ends up as ground beef. You might assume that a product destined to feed children would undergo significant monitoring and testing. However, according to a recent report by the Office of the Inspector General, it seems that this may not be the case. The recent OIG report on the FSIS National Residue Program for cattle is not encouraging. The report states that the National Residue Program is not accomplishing its mission of monitoring the food supply for harmful residues. In addition, the report notes that even when residue testing is carried out, FSIS does not attempt to recall meat, even when its tests have confirmed the excessive presence of veterinary drugs. The OIG report also makes the point that plants handling dairy cows and veal cows are responsible for 90% of all drug violations found. The dairy sector is therefore the most significant when it comes to this important use. The report goes on to say that the three agencies responsible for the National Residue Program, FSIS, FDA, and EPA, have not effectively coordinated their various roles so that they can ensure that harmful residue is not entering the U.S. food supply. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Arissa Spears. Following up on what my colleague Nikita has said, there are many discrepancies relating to cold dairy cows and antibiotic residue. All antibiotics have designated withdrawal times. Some antibiotics can have longer withdrawal times than is required due to the fact that some cows can develop a lower metabolism due to being unhealthy, thus the drug can still be in their system. Also, if a cow does not get better from the disease in which they were treated for, they are culled to gain the economic return as soon as possible, although additional withdrawal time is needed for the antibiotic residue still present in the meat. There is also a problem with off-label usage with antibiotics. Administering a drug in which it was not licensed for, giving a drug by a different method it was not licensed for, and giving different dosages of the drug it was not licensed for could mean for different withdrawal times, but farmers would still adhere to the designated withdrawal times, increasing the risk for potential residue. One of the most common used antibiotics for dairy cows is penicillin, which is the drug that causes the most allergic reactions in humans. In 2008, 788 cold dairy cows tested positive for multiple drug residues. Penicillin was the most found drug in the cows, found in 350. Another drug found in the cows was phenylbutazone, which was banned on the use of dairy cattle in 2003 because it was found to induce blood disorders in humans. Even though it was banned, it somehow seemed to find its way into these cold dairy cows. Although this is a small number of drug violations compared to the 2.6 million dairy cows slaughtered each year, these violations are warning signs because the problem can continue to persist from year to year. We should improve our testing, improve our understanding of antibiotics, withdrawal times, and even alternative treatments. There should be legislation requiring all dairies, regardless of size, to agree to third-party legislations to ensure responsible antibiotic distribution. We also propose that if cold dairy cows are continued to be used in the ground beef industry, then they should be completely cured of antibiotics before slaughter, no excuses. We owe this to our consumers and our future generations. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Jessica Long. While Greek yogurt rises in popularity in America, the state of New York has benefited the most from its production. Companies put their production plants in upstate New York, and the economy for Greek yogurt has continued booming every day. Greek yogurt is good for the economy of New York State, but is Greek yogurt 100% good for the consumer? Greek yogurt is the new trending food that has been become widely popular due to its potential health benefits. It has been applauded for its nutritional contents, which include good bacteria that may assist in digestion and immune system function, protein, calcium, iodine, and B vitamins. The active cultures in Greek yogurt also assist in digesting lactose, which is beneficial to those coping with lactose intolerance. While nutritionists and members of industry have praised the benefits, it is important to know that not all Greek yogurts are created equal. In fact, some contain a variety of additives such as sweeteners, color agents, and thickeners, which produce a Greek-like style of yogurt, mainly for thicker texture, without going through the proper and tedious technique of straining out the liquid whey. Additives such as these undermine what makes Greek yogurt healthy and beneficial and mislead the consumer into thinking there is little to no difference. The ideal Greek yogurt for optimal health benefits should contain per 6-ounce portion less than 150 calories, less than 4 grams of fat, less than 20 grams of sugar if flavored, at least 13 grams of protein, at least 20% of daily calcium, and no added sugars, sweeteners, fillers, preservatives, thickeners, or artificial colors. Plain Greek yogurt is actually very healthy when compared to all the junk foods that a lot of people eat, like chips and candies. Although plain Greek yogurts are very healthy, companies try to sweeten them with different flavors and adding different kinds of ingredients like chocolate chips or sweetened and preserved fruits to attract more consumers. This is defeating the main purpose of eating yogurts because the yogurt now is becoming more like a dessert than a health snack. These added ingredients surely attracted more consumers, but it also degraded the health benefits and nutrition in it. A lot of consumers do not really know why they're eating Greek yogurt and what benefits or harm they bring. They are just eating Greek yogurt because everyone is. We believe consumers should make their own choices. We want to make sure that these choices are well informed, and we also have the responsibility to guide our children toward the healthiest choices. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is James Ward. I'll be continuing with what my colleague Ms. Wong was saying. Last fall, the National School Lunch Program initiated a pilot program to serve Greek yogurts to students in 4 states. This pilot was successful and is expected to expand into additional states. PIT hopes that the integrity of the nutritional value of what we serve our children holds, and that we do not stray from the high protein, high calcium, low fat, with minimal additive options that are currently being served in schools. Due to the nature of consumer perception, it is important to distinguish the healthiest choices from the yogurts with the sole purpose of tasting good. This is why FIT recommends that Greek yogurts be ranked and labeled with a 3-star system. The plain yogurts of optimal nutritional value will receive 3 stars. The flavored yogurts with minimal added sugars and additives would gain 2 stars. And the Greek style yogurts with low nutritional value and high additive content should receive 1 star. We believe this ranking system will not only assist the everyday consumer in making healthy choices, but is simple enough to do the same for our children. We recognize and appreciate the health benefits of Greek yogurt, which is why it is crucial to ensure that it is produced ethically with considerations towards the environment, environmental justice, worker, and public health. The points my colleagues and fellow witnesses have made throughout this testimony indicate that deregulation of the dairy industry is dangerously irresponsible for the public health. We must go back to the regulations prior to the governor's rule change and then some. We must enact recommendations made by expert agencies such as NYS and the CDC to protect public and worker safety. Antibiotic distribution among our dairy cows need to be more effectively monitored and by the appropriate regulatory bodies. If any of you have any concerns about the costs of these recommendations, first think about the cost to communities, neighboring CAFOs, and small farms that are burdened by environmental degradation caused by lack of regulation. Think about the healthcare costs that plague families who have and will become ill due to contaminated water and air. Think about the cost of responding to emergencies pertaining to the environment and public health as opposed to preemptively addressing them. There is nothing more precious than human life, and it is our responsibility to protect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Fit. I gather your last word, your comments about what we can do. I have, at least in my tick list here, you are recommending that we do not, that we somehow roll back the governor's proposal for on CAFO signs. but then also impose this new STAR program and impose, I think Ms. Johnson said, a worker safety or family safety. Those are the two large legislative things that you're asking us for, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether how much this would cost the regulated community to adjust to a 3-star labeling structure?
We don't have an exact number right now, but we will get back to you with the detailed budgetary analysis as soon as possible, as far as the label goes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just very quickly to follow up on that, I heard a lot about federal regulatory agencies. I heard the CDC, I heard OSHA, I heard the FDA. And so to sort of follow up on what my colleague has said, this seems like a lot of these issues are really out of our state jurisdiction. I mean, especially you, Ms. Johnson, you were talking about all of the CDC recommendations going back almost 25 years. I didn't hear that you were actually asking the state to regulate this, or if the state actually had power to regulate this. And I think this goes to the STAR issue as well. We would be violating federal law if we bypassed some of the FDA requirements. We would be bypassing federal law on meat inspection, as I think one of your colleagues put out. So this is a question of jurisdiction. What should the state of New York be doing in the context of what you all testified to?
Currently, to date, there is no federal legislation about the worker safety that I was speaking about in the testimony that I think is necessary. Since 1990, there have been numerous reports from the CDC and NOSHA about recommendations. They keep putting out recommendation after recommendation, and it continues to be the same list, but there has not actually been any kind of mandate or regulatory practices taken. Okay. And people keep, how much longer are we going to wait?
And that's my point, is that these are federal agencies that are making, and my question is, are they making recommendations to the federal government to pass more stringent regulations, or are they saying to the states you need to do this yourself? This is a question of federalism, the difference between what the federal government and our state governments can do. If you want to answer, Mr. Ward, go ahead.
I mean, it is the state's right to regulate, as stringently as it would like, as long as it's in compliance with what the federal government says is necessary. So I don't believe there really is an issue of federalism if we would like to implement more stringent regulations. And as far as the ranking system, we believe that's a good idea as well, because our meat's all ranked, and even in New York City, every restaurant is ranked to make the consumer more aware of the health risks of what they consume.
Yes, go ahead, please.
I just want to add that the bottom line here is public safety and health concerns, and New York State should take pride in that. And as a state, I think that it is up to our discretion to make these regulations and legislative decisions to ensure the public health and safety at any cost.
I agree. I just don't want the state to be sued by someone saying that we've stepped on the federal government's toes, if you will. Why don't we want to turn it over to Assemblymember Clark?
Thank you. I think you have provided valuable testimony and had a sort of unenviable task of covering a lot. In terms of public health, you're talking about OSHA, you're talking about people being killed at the workplace, and also about nutrition. There are two things that concern me. One is, are we ignoring the elephant in the living room if we're talking about nutritional value of yogurt when there is, I understand, some sound medical research that dairy is bad for humans generally. And I'm not a doctor, I don't say this, but is anyone addressing that? Or are you sort of starting with the assumption that that's really kind of a radical idea and doesn't really need to to be concerned, a matter of concern here?
I believe this is an issue of consumer's choice, and if a consumer decides to get their daily protein from dairy, they have every right to. As well as one of the major driving forces behind this Greek yogurt boom is the perception that it is healthy, and that is why we are proposing that ranking system, because not all Greek yogurts are healthy. Not all of them are even technically Greek yogurt. Some of them are just added with a bunch of maltodextrin and other thickeners, additives, to make it seem like it's the same product, but it has little to no nutritional value. So it's all about the consumer, and that's who we are concerned with, and as policymakers, I think that's who you should be concerned with as well.
Of course, I assume that some consumers would prefer the less nutritional yogurt, of course, that has the chocolate chips and the peanut butter stuff. But you're just, what you want things labeled to sort of indicate that more clearly, that it has less nutritional value if it's this or that. I mean, I don't know, people are still going to buy that if that's what they want.
Exactly. We're just more concerned with people being misled into thinking unhealthier products are healthier, and it's all about having an informed consumer and having them buy exactly what they want.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. My other concern is about the workplace safety. If you're talking about my constituents, there aren't a lot of alternatives to the work that they do in some areas of New York in terms of working on farms. And it's possible that it would, I wonder if some of those people would actually be against more regulation of safety, if it would actually decrease their opportunities for employment. As think of like miners, and there are being accidents all over the place, and some people engage in dangerous professions, and either by choice or because there's not much else there where they're living.
Understood. I do agree that some people do for the purpose of making a living, or just if they live on a farm and that's their lifestyle, they do work in dangerous occupations. But the issue here is education as well as regulation. If we could better educate the people working in these dangerous occupations, which I am positive is possible, and if we could take these safety precautions and have them be better informed about the environment that they're working in and the dangers associated with their occupation, I think that everyone would be better off.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Assemblymember Yasky, Assemblymember Doyle.
I have a question.
Please.
Mr. Avanizio, did I pronounce your name? Thank you for the details on the water quality protection issues. Your panel as one of my fellow assembly member committees mentioned, you guys have a lot of ground to cover here. But I do want to ask about the water quality issues. Now your position is you like the regs to be put back where they were, thus lowering the number of cows that would be considered a CAFO. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Can you just address more specifically what you would like to see regarding protecting the water quality?
Well,
in either situation, because obviously we're going to have impacts no matter what, and I don't think the yogurt industry is going to go away based on everything that you heard today. So if you could address it a little further, that'd be helpful for us.
yeah, so for a registered CAFO, there are a lot of precautions. They actually are pretty extensive in monitoring the soil for the nutrients to try to make sure they don't oversaturate it and whatnot, like I said, to create toxic runoff. And they are required to submit an annual report for their nutrient management program that has been implemented. So my concern is that those farms that are no longer CAFOs are not held to this. So I'm not necessarily just downplaying CAFOs. I mean, there are problems, but I'm more concerned about the farms that are no longer CAFOs that are now, it's voluntary to do these things. Whereas if you're a CAFO, you must submit these annual reports. You must have these plans in place. You must be monitoring all of these things, and there's no exceptions because you must submit reports.
So your concern is with the change, almost a changing the definition of, instead of dealing with the issue, we're almost moving in the direction where, okay, we're just gonna just take this out of the game altogether and not have to deal with these issues and make the farms just change the definition. So that's,
You're
okay.
putting a huge portion of the farms out of this category and saying almost that they are not liable to do these things, or they're not held accountable for these things that CAFOs are. Not that they're perfect, but
the issues are still there.
yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I really just would echo your concern about jurisdiction. I mean, certainly the health concerns that you have expressed are, we have to be concerned about those potential effects. But there is an entire federal infrastructure that is devoted to handling this. I mean, I don't know. I guess my question might be, why has there, if the risks are as serious as you're portraying them, why has the federal, not the federal government, nor for that matter the state government, acted yet on this? And I guess secondarily, really, is it our place? I mean, does the state have the expertise compared to the CDC and the federal Department of Health and Human Services?
Unfortunately, I cannot speak on behalf of the federal government and give testimony as to why they have not made any legislation or taken these recommendations a step further and mandated them. But I do think for the safety and public health of workers and communities in New York State, that it is the state's responsibility to make some kind of legislative mandate and ensure the public and worker safety on these CAFOs. I do think that the issue is a serious issue, and there's proof here of multiple deaths year after year, and nothing has been done about it. I do think that it is the state's responsibility. If nothing can be done nationwide, then for us to take precautions and take pride in our upstate farms and protect our workers.
I would just like to add that constitutionally we have every right to as a state. We have the 10th Amendment, which gives us these reserved powers to go the extra mile, as long as we're not violating anything the federal government has put in place, as long as we're not establishing standards lower than the federal government, then we are within our rights to ask for this and to implement this.
I'd like, may I comment on that? I think that might be right, unless we're dealing with a related issue of preemption, where the federal government might be regulating exactly as much as it feels is appropriate, and any additional regulations, even though they might benefit people, are foreclosed. I don't know if you have that situation here. I don't know enough about what the federal government has done. It seems like very little regarding the OSHA rules, but I think that you'd have to look into that. Make sure you're not running into that territory.
I did actually try to contact the CDC, however, their phone number has changed, so they were unable
They
to.
wouldn't answer anyway.
Yeah, I experienced this. So I was unable to get these exact statistics and facts from the CDC. However, what was the second part of your question?
Well, I was sort of getting at the preemption issue. It's very kind of complicated and subtle. And for example, with I think it's the Harris case, the meat packing case, the slaughterhouses, some states have tried to add good regulations. I mean, good in that they would regulate more. And the federal government has said, no, we've already said what the slaughterhouses have to do. You cannot add more regulations. So it's federal, sometimes it's preemption, sometimes,
If that is the case, then I do believe that we are still responsible for worker education, so that we can further, if we cannot further regulate them, we can definitely further educate them to protect their safety.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Assemblymember Fitzpatrick, I just would like a little clarity. Are you concerned with with just the worker safety provisions of our recommendations, or just our recommendations in general if they have a conflict with the federal government?
Well, I think that all of your recommendations sound actually good, except, I mean, I am concerned about the effects on the dairy industry in New York, how it's going to affect my constituents, of course. I just wanted to make a clarification about the law, a sort of complicated area of the law that my fellow assembly member raised. I think that you might not have a federalism problem, but you might have a preemption problem. It depends. It's just a matter of legal research, which you maybe have already done.
I mean, most of what we have recommended are the minimal standards set by the federal government, with the exception of the CDC recommendations, which have not been put into practice.
Well, hopefully that's not an area where it's been preempted and that the state can actually do more.
We are out of time. I will just note that New York is a friendly labor union state, so why don't you, workers can certainly organize if we can't get the CDC to move. Why don't we get the workers out there and organizing to create their own union? What do you think?
I think that sounds like a great idea, because the union can then even be responsible for educating their own workers.
And it won't cost us a dime. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bruning, Chairman Malone, and committee members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present testimony on this important topic. My name is Alexandra Catalana, and I, along with my teammates, make up the Student Interest Protection Program. We represent the interests of more than 500,000 students in the Hudson Mohawk watershed, all of whom are consumers of dairy products, and the vast majority of whom vote in New York State. First, I will address issues concerning the environment. My teammate Alyssa Villas-Boas will discuss our concerns with public health, and Mauricio Gomez will discuss our concerns with animal welfare. Governor Andrew Cuomo's plans to make New York the Greek yogurt capital of the world will cause detrimental effects on the environment. The increase in the amount of cows on a dairy farm is damaging to both the water and soil. The increase of dairy cows on farms means that there will be more animal waste production and an excess amount of whey from the production of Greek yogurt. The whey decomposition, when it runs off into streams and rivers, is highly toxic because it robs oxygen from the bodies of water, killing off the ecosystems in that body. Farmers have to be careful about the amount of whey they feed to their livestock because too much can hurt a cow's digestive system. Only a small amount may be applied to the fertilizer because of the effect it will have if runoff from the farms gets into nearby waterways. There is a greater risk to the water quality in towns surrounding CAFO farms because of the increased volume of waste and pollutants that may be present in the waste. Most CAFO farms have large lagoons that hold millions of gallons of waste. Some of the waste will be spread or sprayed onto the land. This becomes a problem when it is spread in excess amount if the lagoon begins to overflow. The leaking of the lagoons and runoff from the land is harmful because it contaminates the drinking water in neighboring towns. The de-restricting of these CAFOs is something that needs to be taken into serious consideration. The deregulation of these farms not only impacts the environment today, but also the future. The 900,000 students in the New York Hudson Valley watershed are the future. These deregulations of dairy farms will harm the environment and the environment that these students live in. Today, students actively participate in events that are pro-environment. Therefore, knowing that the creation of Greek yogurt can be harmful to the environment, students may opt out from participating in the industry's growth. I will now turn my mic over to my teammate, Alyssa Villas-Boas.
Thank you, Chairman Bruning, Chairman Malone, and committee members. I will address issues concerning public health. As a student, one important concern is making sure that we are healthy so we can continue attending our classes and one day get a degree. Students will not continue to purchase Greek yogurt if eating yogurt or the effects of production could be potentially harmful for their health. To keep up with increased demand of milk, New York farmers would have to produce 15% more than they already are. Since farmers need to produce more milk, they requested for the New York rules and regulation to raise the maximum number of dairy cows that a farm can have. New York increased the number of dairy cows from 199 to 299. So in order for a dairy farm to be considered a CAFO, it would need 300 cows or more. This means that more dairy farms are going to increase their size since they don't have to worry about costly regulations. If these dairy farms do increase the number of cows, it will lead to many health issues for those who consume the goods and for those living in neighboring towns. One major issue with increasing these dairy farms is that it can be detrimental to consumer health, because by having more cows together, it can increase diseases in the farm and spread to all the cows. Therefore, farmers would have to treat them with antibiotics. This would result in an increase of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, or superbugs. Resistant bacteria can contaminate the foods that come from these animals, and people who consume these foods can develop antibiotic-resistant infections. Consumers keep getting a stronger prescription of antibiotics to attempt to fight off these resistant bacteria. However, this will only continue the cycle and make the bacteria stronger and more resistant to more types of antibiotics. There are around 900,000 students, faculty, staff in the Hudson Valley watershed. But being students, only 18 to 21 years old, we will be exposed to these antibiotics early on. And we don't all yet have the funds to always go to a doctor to get antibiotics. Most of us, in fact, only have health insurance to pay for our health care because of our university or our parents. Another health concern is for those living in neighborhoods near the farms, because it will result in increased environmental degradation of water, soil, and air quality. The communities and natural habitat near the farms will be forced to tolerate large amounts of manure and other waste created by industrial farms. Manure spills have contaminated drinking water sources for communities across the country. According to the Natural Resources Defense Council, manure from dairy cows is thought to have contributed to the disastrous cryptosporidium contamination of Milwaukee's drinking water in 1993, which resulted in more than 100 people killed. It sickened 400,000 people and resulted in $37 million in lost wages and productivity. Dairy farms need to have proper regulations to protect our environment. By deregulating dairy farms, it will cause more harm than good. While dairy farming may have shocking health impacts, Greek yogurt consumption is increasing and becoming popular among Americans. Many citizens are advocating it as a healthy addition to a regular diet, even pushing to add it to school lunches. However, the effects on public health, such as respiratory problems and diseases, are far more important. I will now turn my mic over to my colleague, Marciela Gomez.
Thank you, Chairman Bruning, Chairman Malone, and committee members. I'll be addressing issues concerning animal welfare. Despite the focus on economic benefits of a successful dairy industry, many have lost sight of a very important factor in dairy production, the welfare of dairy cows. There remains significant debate regarding animal welfare. Animals that are used for dairy often suffer on factory farms where they are treated as units of production rather than sentient creatures. The 5 major causes of animal welfare issues are poor condition of arriving animals, stressful handling methods, distractions that hinder movement, improperly trained employees, and poor maintenance of equipment. Cows have a natural lifespan of about 25 years and can produce milk for 8 or 9 years, but the stress caused by factory farm conditions leads to disease, lameness, and reproductive problems that render cows worthless to the dairy industry by the time they are 4 or 5 years old. To produce milk, a female cow must be made pregnant so as to lactate to feed her offspring. Thus, at the tender age of 15 months, female dairy cows are forced into pregnancy through artificial insemination. After a calf is born, if it is female, she is raised as a dairy cow. The separation of mother and calf is extremely distressing to both. Cries are often heard as mother and child call for after one another. Animal living conditions are also an important aspect of animal welfare on farms. Despite being inexpensive and easy to clean, living conditions cause conflict for cows because it is extremely difficult for them to lay down and are very slippery from urine. It is shown that poor bedding, such as concrete floor, can alter the resting and lying behaviors of cows. Other conditions that these poor creatures often suffer from are milk fever caused by a lack of calcium, which also leads to osteoporosis, meaning that the cows often suffer from broken bones just from walking or slipping. The most common affliction affecting 50% of all dairy herds is chronic mastitis, a painful sore infection of the udder. However, the cows are still milked, causing blood and pus from their infections to end up in the milk consumed by humans. According to the Society for Animal Well-Being, up to 750 million pus cells per liter have been measured in milk products. To try to reduce this condition, the cows are pumped full of antibiotics. Also, the udders of dairy cows get so disproportionately large that their hind legs are permanently speared, causing lameness. Some dairy cows are repeatedly injected with bovine growth hormone, a genetically engineered hormone that has been shown to increase the risk of health problems like mastitis and lameness. Arguing that it improves hygiene, dairy producers cut off cows' tails called tail docking. This method causes chronic pain for the cow. Cows use their tail to swish away flies and can suffer immensely during fly season. A dairy cow's comfort and psychological welfare play a monumental role in milk production. Studies and experiments conducted by the Farm Bureau of New York show that happy cows produce more milk, even healthier milk. Farmers can ensure an increase in milk production and be spared the cost of purchasing more dairy cows by ensuring that their cows are being raised in humane and comfortable conditions. Dairy cows do this best when they're comfortable and their stress is mitigated. A current poll conducted by Huffington Post readers in 2013 unveiled that 83% of Americans are willing to adopt veganism. 2.5% of the country identify themselves as vegan, up from 1% in 2009, the number of vegans having more than doubled in the last 3 years. Students care deeply about the quality and care of the food consumed on a daily basis, as well as having the right to know and inform the public whether or not dairy farm practices threaten animal welfare.
We recommend that the regulations on CAFOs and dairy farms be more stringent and that no farms be exempt from regulation regardless of how many cows they have and how they manage manure. Increased monitoring and stricter regulations will help us to ensure the health and welfare of humans, animals, and our ecosystem. We also advocate for increased labeling to help consumers make wiser choices while selecting their food. As young people, the eating habits we develop while in college will be the eating habits that we will continue to have for the rest of our lives. It is important to make healthy, sustainable choices concerning what we eat. Also, we would like a statewide program that would give institutions of higher learning the ability to be a part of a network of food purchasers who are concerned with sustainable production. This way, school cafeterias could offer sustainably produced products at a student-friendly price. This program would also support farms that use sustainable methods in production. We would like to thank you again for allowing us to address this issue. This is a worthwhile issue with present and future implications that affects the environment, public health, and animal welfare. Please take into any consideration any legislation you may draft or regulatory changes you may recommend in your oversight rule over state agencies.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll go around to my fellow colleagues. You mentioned at the closing, Ms. Catalano, the more stringent regulations, the increased monitoring we've heard today, whether or not the USDA should monitor or if it's a state regulatory body that should monitor. If there's sort of something, a tone that I've tried or a note that I've struck all day, it's what is the state being asked to do and how much it's going to cost us. And so in terms of these regulations, more stringent regulations, the monitoring, the statewide program of food purchasers, what are we talking about in terms of cost? Does the committee, or I should say, does your organization have any figures for us? The fiscal impact. And by the way, we love students. All 900,000.
Can I confer with my counsel?
Sure.
We don't have any specific numbers with us right now, but we believe that in the long run, we'll make more than we would be spending. Because with this program that we want to enforce, our students would be willing to spend a little bit more just to get sustainable products if we had to. But our main goal is to have the program where universities and higher education can have a purchasing power over farms that have sustainable goods, so that way, with such a large quantity of people buying, it will be a lower price because we would be intaking much more than they are right now.
Okay, just on that point though, so are you suggesting then we have a SUNY system, State University of New York, we have a CUNY system, public university in New York City, then we have dozens and dozens of private universities all across the state. Are you advocating that we pass a law that would bring them all into some type of coalition in terms of the purchasing of food and regulate necessarily how, for example, cafeterias decide they will serve their students? And this would be a unique thing because we would have to actually bring the public universities, the private universities into some type of regulatory system that I don't think exists in any other state, much less here.
It would be optional to sign up for it. We were thinking for it to be more of universities that want to advocate sustainable food would have the opportunity to sign up with other universities that have the same idea in common to set forth and start this movement.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard you speak earlier about the Milwaukee incident, and also I thought that you mentioned your concern for animal or cow in particular, the human transmission of bacteria or other disease components. Is that a factor that we should be concerned about, or did I misunderstand?
Yes, it is something that we should be concerned about because the antibiotics that are being injected in these animals will eventually come to us. Although there are studies that say that the milk is tested and therefore there isn't any antibiotics in it, that doesn't stop the antibiotics from growing and becoming stronger. And they will some different way reach us, whether we are eating the meat or anything different, because regardless, those antibiotics will become more resistant to different types of those bacteria will become more resistant to more types of antibiotics.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Doyle?
Yeah. Excuse me. Just to kind of go on that antibiotic issue, very interesting. I think that was really, we didn't hear a lot about that. So thank you for that testimony. It's going to be very valuable. With respect to addressing the concern with the antibiotics, I'm just trying to clarify, is this a consumption issue on the part of consumers and people consuming the product because the antibiotic is going to be, from what I understand from what you're telling us, is it's transferred through the product, or is it an environmental issue, or both? If you just address that. And when I say environmental issue, today we've talked about, and our concern in our committee is environmental conservation and protection of our water, air, and that type of thing. So if you could just specify or just talk a little bit more about the antibiotic issue and how that's a consumption issue and an environmental impact issue.
Well, with the antibiotics, the animals in these farms will serve as carriers of these bacteria. So injecting them with antibiotics, they will be carrying all these new, stronger bacteria that will eventually come to us, and we will then have to result in getting even stronger bacteria, stronger antibiotics that we might not even have.
So when you say come to us, you mean through the consumption of the product or through the water supply, and how can we best address that concern of the students?
I would think through consumption, because even though it doesn't go directly into our milk because of the testing, it still goes into their meat, it still goes into other things that we take from these animals. So regardless of the testing on the milk itself, it still comes back to the students and to human beings all together.
Thank you.
Thank you. You spoke about students being willing to pay more in order to safeguard health. Where did you get that information?
To refer back into the testimony that the New Yorkers of ethical treatment of cows, they stated that in Ben & Jerry's, consumers are willing to pay a little bit more so that way they can get a better product. And students already are trying to eat healthier. Students want to be healthier. And we believe that representing all of the 900,000 students that there are, that they will be willing to do this so that way they can have better food and help themselves in the long run.
With all due respect on the Ben & Jerry's analogy of what they did, now that Ben & Jerry's has been purchased by Unilever, they have actually done a dramatic change to what the original owners had pushed towards in regards to giving back or saying that they would pay more. Ben & Jerry's model was actually that people would pay more for a higher quality product, and they ran on that, but not necessarily would they pay more in order to provide certain protections that you're speaking about. And my biggest fear here right now is that we would enact these protections. There would be a cost, and it's just based on the idea that 900,000 students believe in a healthier environment or against animal cruelty without without you being able to give you one study that would say, and they'll pay more money out of their pocket to do so. All I'm asking is, do you know of any studies that we can refer to that says that they will pay more, other than the Ben & Jerry's model?
Well, there has been the recent movement of people buying organic food. So organic food is much more expensive than ordinary food. And it's becoming increasingly popular. So for that, we would come to the belief that, that students would prefer.
So you don't know any study, it's just that you assume because it seems like higher quality food, people will pay more for that. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to get, people will pay more for higher quality food. Will they pay more for added expenses to the items that you're ticking off your list as student activists? Will they pay more for that? Do you have any study, I should say, to show that they will pay more for that, other than you assume that they will pay more for that? If you educate them that this is bad and for 2 cents more, do you have anything that'll back that up, other than your assumption?
We do not have any current studies, but we do believe that with labeling, it will give people the opportunity to make educated choices in whether they want to enforce a more sustainable food.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you. I just have one question or comment. I think I understand what you mean about college students being the ones who are looking for healthier foods or more, sort of more sustainable practices in the foods that they consume. But I am concerned that students tend to have very little money, and at least when I was in college, it was a matter of buying the cheapest beer you could, and it was volume over quantity and over quality. So I don't know, maybe things have improved, but If that's the case, it's even more important that I think that university administration be involved in getting healthier choices into the schools, into university cafeterias, so that it sort of gets absorbed into the whole cost of college education, which is astronomical to begin with anyway.
This is why we would like to enforce our program for higher education, where with all the universities that would like to join in, getting together to have a purchasing power, the prices would therefore be lowered because of supply and demand. And this would help college students because it would help lessen the cost. Because yes, food at colleges are already extremely expensive, and they're not sustainable, they're not always good for us. So having this program could help ensure that we are paying less so that we could eat better.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms.
On
Gomez.
top of this campaign that we're trying to do with purchasing power for the colleges, we also have in mind that we're going to spread awareness about animal welfare, like stricter regulations, enforcing correct labeling, letting people know what they're truly eating is extremely important so that they can make an educated guess as to, wow, should I really eat this? Is this right for me? Is this healthy? Because we are very young, we're students, we're adults, we're voters, we have the right to know what we're eating, and it's very important.
I just, really quickly, just remind me maybe that our next hearing should be on the price and quality of beer in the state of New York, and microbreweries that might get a larger participation or not, or non-students. But one thing, Ms. Gomez, you mentioned, the figures you gave us about the Huffington Post, you said 83%. Could you just repeat that? Because you said something about veganism going up from 1-point-something% to 2.9, but the 83% figure, what was that?
83% of Americans are willing to adopt a vegan diet.
83% of Americans are willing to become vegans.
Yeah.
So we'll just wipe out the entire cattle industry altogether. 83%. You're reading the Huffington Post as a bunch of liberal hippies, obviously. But the actual numbers of vegans, what did you say, 2.9% of the...
2.5 of the country identified themselves as vegan, so they're already vegan.
So the others just sort of think about it.
They want to do
I
it.
see. Well, I just to go back to your voluntary plan, it's an intriguing idea for us, obviously. What could we possibly legislate in that area? And I think you would get a lot of pushback from private providers. Chartwell, for example, which provides the food at all of the PACE campuses. Even though I'm an assembly member and I should know that. It's an intriguing idea, but you're going to cause regulation in another area of the economy, and I think that's what we think about. You're coming at this from a perspective, and we certainly appreciate it. When we pull on this area, what happens to the tug on this side? And I think that's something that we would certainly consider. And I'm sure the grocers of New York State might come out against that, claiming that we're trying to regulate them out of business, et cetera. But it's something voluntary might be worth looking into. Mr. Chairman, do you have any other thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that we're a little bit behind schedule, so at this point, I think it's clear that we've taken all the testimony of our witnesses for today. We will adjourn now for lunch and reconvene at 1:45.
Days making the cows, like another 12 to make each person.
The house was the best part, and then the garden. I genuinely love the landscape design part of it. I thought there was like, oh, she's a landscape architect. I love that. So put some petunias here, a nice willow tree in the back by the pond.
Yeah, I'll just be like, oh, I'm gonna make like this huge entertainment room, and like it's gonna be a theater, like there's gonna be a swimming pool over here, and it's gonna be so nice.
When you have the cheat codes, so you just hire the maid, so you don't have to take time to have your Sims clean the house. I like checking the mail. Pay bills. You only have like 3 days to pay all the bills.
Yeah, right.
This is Christine's. Maybe after the semester's over, I'll see if I can find it. That's funny. You should have your daughter make like your family. Like I remember my friend's dad when we were little. Her dad got for The Sims, and he was like, make us like he wanted to see what her interpretation of everything was, and it was so funny. Looking back at it, how she made like her parents look. I was like, this is great. It's like the best way to make a caricature.
So they wanted to have a meeting.
But then if she's playing it, you can't play it. So maybe that's right. I don't think I'll play it. Sim City, like release the aliens and they come in and attack.
Okay.
There was one that was really basic before. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it. I remember it was so irritating because that one they all included in the budget, and I concluded that like in real life I hate that. And then if work with a budget, didn't like it, they would start destroying your your rolling like rioted. Like this
Just for it to enjoy it. Just say.
And then you could play the cheat code section where you had no budget, but if people weren't above a certain amount of happy, then they started because they gave you an unlimited amount of money. So they were like, if we're giving you an unlimited amount of money, they have to be happy all the time. So that one was even harder though. Like you were like, oh, this is great.
I was gonna say one person hire like 20
so realistic.
And the canvas walking around.
Yeah. Do you know any of these games that we're talking about?
No.
But I know of them. Sounds like fun. I did play Sims when I was younger. It was when I was like 17. I was like, this is okay, good.
Yeah, I remember playing like the Sims and roller coaster tycoon when I was like 5 or 6 or something like that. Like my brother would like get introduced me to it, and he was like, all right, whatever. And after that, I was like, all right, I'll try this out. Like being a 6-year-old, like I didn't know what I was doing half the time. So like now that I'm playing them again, it's just like, oh, this is so different now instead of when I was 6.
The old Sims, I feel like once you compare them to the new one, you have like no options.
Yeah.
Like you can't do anything in them, and now I'm like, I'm playing the new one, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have to rearrange the bone structure in your nose, and when I'm playing the old Sims, I can't.
Hey.
Hey, John.
How you doing?
Good. Sorry
Good.
for tardy.
So, yeah, just give me 5 minutes. All right, so some of you are down here and some of you are upstairs, right? Okay, so here's what I want to really encourage you to do. We're going to come in, the committee's going to have a small discussion amongst the committee members, and they're going to close the hearing. And then we're going to, they're going to break their roles, and we're going to sit down and do a Q&A with them. And then we're going to do the award last. Please think about how you want to take advantage of this Q&A. You're going to have 110 years of combined legislative, judicial, executive, litigative, political, policy experience in this panel. They've loved all of you. This is a great opportunity to ask career questions, to ask questions about the real world, whatever. You don't have to ask any. Nobody's keeping track or score. But I encourage you to think about that. Take advantage of having them here. They're a great group of people, and they were just so impressed with everybody. I just can't tell you. That's all they've been doing for the last half hours talking about. So take advantage of it, right? And think about questions. that you might like to ask. You've got some, and think about their different occupations. You've got quite a diversity there. All right? Is everyone else still upstairs? Yeah. I'm gonna run up there, and then we're gonna resume in 5 minutes. 4 now.
This room is so great. So official. I'm very stingy about not using it. I can imagine so. You know, it's not like classes or. Yeah, because you don't want anything like ruining it. Yeah. For when you need it. I like all all the library has on campus. When I saw it for the first time, that's what you think. I feel like a lot of the guys tend to not realize that. But I like all the lady justice books. Yeah, looking at her in her various forms. Just got everybody else upstairs.
Yeah, you would, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, see, it's fun.
Come like closer.
You can leave really well.
Me too. You doing it right now?
No.
Executive session. As a ghost.
Thank you.
Why is it so ice cold in here?
Thank you.
Whatever stays. That's good. That's awesome. Good for you. Hey, good luck. You're welcome.
We'll find something for you.
I told her last year it was interesting. I stopped by for
Welcome back. The joint hearing of the New York State Assembly Standing Committees on Agriculture and Environmental Conservation are reconvening. It's 2:15. I can report that the committee had, both committees had a joint meeting following their morning testimony. And while we are unable at this point to make any announcements regarding definitive legislative action today, we do look forward to receiving your follow-up communications with the committees, and of course we'll meet again and perhaps even call another hearing. But now I would like to ask our committee members if they would like to make any observations regarding the testimony, or where they would like the two committees to go in terms of next steps. Would you like to start, Assembly Woman Doyle?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. I, for one, my interests have been, and our committee's interests, and really the interest of the state, is this impact of the CAFOs and this industry on our environmental resources. And while we've heard a lot of issues raised regarding these areas, I, for one, feel we need to do a little more digging about what the state can do, what the impacts are, and I hope that you were invited to send us further information. I think we need more information on that. I do. That's my input.
Thank you, Assembly Member.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Gasky?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to state my clear support for what the administration is doing in encouraging job growth in New York State. I do think that the easing of regulatory burden that the administration has put forward is appropriate. Now, I also want to say that I think some of the concerns that have been raised here in terms of environmental impact, in terms of public health, and in terms of impact on livestock, I think serious concerns have been raised, and I would ask that the committees formally request that the administration take a look at the testimony that was presented here today and respond to us. Obviously, up to the discretion of the chairs whether to have it be in the form of a formal hearing or written response, but do respond to us about what additional requirements can be put on producers in that 200 to 299 category that might ameliorate the environmental impacts or the health impact or the impact on livestock. Again, though, I want to be clear. I do think that we need increased production, and we do want the jobs to go with that. So to the extent that these impacts can be ameliorated consistent with that, I think that's what we should be looking for from the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Sure. Why don't we begin with Assembly Member Fitzpatrick? Your closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony today. I want to say that I am very dedicated to keeping my constituents in the jobs that they have or increasing opportunities for other jobs. I am concerned about the environmental impact of everything we've been talking about today at the same time. One thing that might be beyond the scope of what we could discuss today and might be the subject of another hearing is whether or not there is a way to maintain employment levels or increase them, through some sort of creative, move aside from dairy, some sort of, a way of combining dairy with another type of industry or something that might be a good transition. As we go on, certain sort of industries kind of phase out and people need to be trained for new things. Maybe we haven't discussed that, and that might be something worth researching.
Thank you. Senator Member Manning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank those who have spoken today. For once in a public hearing, I'm not leaving with more questions than answers. I have to echo Assembly Member Fitzpatrick and Yaski on the issue that it is jobs. That's the best four-letter word that can come out of here today instead of CAPO, is jobs. And we need to address how to keep this growing industry in upstate New York. And I think it was made clear that maybe this regulation, relaxing of this regulation, is a bit premature, but at the same time, we need to come up with an answer collectively on how to address that delta of the milk that is needed for this company that presented today and the other companies as well. Nature abhors a vacuum, and right now, the CAFO seems to be the best alternative when when many of us might think that empowering the small farmer to step up their production and find ways to do so. So that's where I'm going to be focusing on, and I do appreciate the testimony to know where many of the constituents and many of the organizations that got state of New York, how you feel about this. But my focus is going to be on a small dairy and see how we can step it up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And I will just offer a few comments and then turn it over to my colleague. Thank you all, for those of you who have testified today. I've sat through many of these hearings, and I'm always reminded about our responsibilities, our collective responsibilities as representatives, and my responsibility to my constituents. And if you sort of go by the textbook definition of what an assembly member or any elected official does, there really are four things that we do. We are supposed to represent our constituents. And as chair of the Ag and Markets Committee, that means I also have a responsibility to represent the agricultural community and the markets that go outside of my district in upstate New York. But the second thing we do is we pass laws, which you all know that. The third thing we do, though, is we ensure oversight of the agencies that carry out our laws. So we have to be a watchdog. And the last thing that we do is that we educate the public. Whether people think of us as educators or not, or as partisans or what have you, our role really is to inform people and not to mislead them. And it's vital that we get good information. And I just want to commend all of the testifiers today for allowing us to do our jobs in those four capacities that I mentioned. I am leaning, like Assemblymember Yaski, towards support of the governor's proposal, but that doesn't mean that the concerns that were raised about animal rights, about environmental degradation, are not valid. What it means is that if we do go forward, we have to ensure that oversight and implementation and evaluation is heeded to. So with that, I thank you again, and I look forward to us moving this issue forward in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a pleasure here to serve you, Mr. Chairman, today, and my colleagues on both committees. I'd like to thank all of our witnesses today for their informative presentations and the education of us. There's, as you know, as you can see by the diversity of views and by our deliberations, that you've been exposed to, that this is not as easy to nail down into a simple legislative fix, which is why we're going to need to study this a little bit further. And as I mentioned, where I come from, it's a pretty mix of interests, and so I have, as my co-chair has said, we have these dual roles as being chairs of these committees, but also representing our districts. And my district is touched by every one of your interests. And so I know our committee at least has a lot of work ahead of us, and we appreciate what you've given us today. I guess before we close, I would just like to thank our committee counsel for their great work in advising us, and also to Pace University and Pace Law School and the Judicial Institute for hosting us here today. And with that, we can go off the record.
All right, now let's go back to your real selves for a little while. So, but join me in a special round of applause for our community. This is very exciting. As you know, this is our second year of doing this, and I said to you folks upstairs, and I'll share it with you as well. Last year we did our Clean Water Act hearing, which was a United States Senate hearing. It was the first time we did it, so it was the only time we did it. This year it's the second time we did it, so it's not the only time we've done it, and now it's something we get to do every year. So you as second-year participants have made this a regular program. So thank you very much for doing that. We really appreciate it. And now that you've got your regular day job hats back on, we want to take advantage of you being here to so our students can hear a little bit more about out there in the real world. You've got a breadth of experience amongst you, and all different realms of policy and politics. And it would be very helpful for our students to maybe hear just a couple of quick reactions from you, and then I want to ask them questions about either your own experiences with this, and any reality checks about what actually happens when you go to hearings, and the world of policy and politics, which many people in this room are interested in. Go ahead.
So I, in my real role, I actually wear two hats. I am the chair of the political science department at Pace University downtown. So I am an educator, and I've been teaching for 17 years. I've been the chair for 3 years. And let me just speak quickly about the two hats. The second hat I wear is I'm a policy director for a state senator from the Bronx named Gustavo Rivera. And so I travel up to Albany and I do policy. He's the ranking member on the health committee in the state senate. So most of my work is not in the environment, it's in health. But as a teacher, just simply as a teacher, knowing that all of our students, I'm always astounded at the efficacy of experiential learning. The idea, we have a Model UN team at Pace on both campuses that always wins awards when they go to these conferences. But the idea that you can sit in a classroom and write and then regurgitate on an exam or write a paper, that's fine. But when you actually have to put that to experience and then teach each other in a group project and then come out and get nervous as all heck and in front of people you've never seen before and then perform. The experience of that and the value of that is something that I can't put a number figure on. So you went through a great experience, and I just want to commend John and Michelle and Caroline and all the folks here for navigating you successfully through that. Secondly, about my work in the state Senate, it's fascinating to see all of these interests come to Albany, and we have elected officials here as well, and they'll certainly talk from their experience. But to sort of try to circle a square between the pressure groups like the animal rights folks here or the student organization, the constituency that my boss represents in the Bronx, $25,000 a year is the median income, higher levels of unemployment, et cetera, and to watch him and as his policy director to try to negotiate between what's best for the people that put him there. And he wants to get reelected, and I know that the elected officials here know the pressures of getting reelected. With what's doing right, with balancing that with against what to do for the whole state, for people that you might never meet in upstate New York and western New York. And one day my boss will probably become the chair of the health committee, and so he'll be making health policy in a more sustained fashion. And that tension is always there, and there's never a good resolution to it. You do the best you can with the knowledge you have, the information you have. But the reason why I focused on two questions through this is how much money is it going to cost us as a state, and can we compromise to the point where no one will be happy? I think that really is sort of the democratic process, because we have to live within our means. We have to balance the state budget every year. And we have to make sure we don't spend more than that without taxing businesses out of existence, et cetera. But can we take two opposing sides and get them to the table and say, you know what, I didn't get everything I wanted, but I'm satisfied. If I'm not happy, then okay, I can live with this. And maybe that's the definition of democracy, is I can live with this. And as someone who works in politics and who teaches it, that doesn't sound very sexy or exciting. I can live with this, right? But that might be ultimately what is the most valuable experience out of this. Whether you can compromise to the point where you know you got something and you gave something as well. So,
Glenn and Patrick, let me put a question to you. You know what it's like to have citizens walk into government, bring their preferences, bring their priorities, and the role that plays. When we teach, and I know Professor Malone does the same thing, when we teach our students about law and policy process and legislative process, one of the first things we teach them is lobbying is not a dirty word, it's a citizen's right, and it's a function, important function of democracy. So what citizens bring in the door, whether it's a hearing or lobbying, is extraordinarily important. But I know that you, Glenn, and you, Patrick, being on the front line, have seen the importance of that in myriad issues.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I tried to explain it to any group that came in to my office, that you have more weight than a hired gun. And some people might shake their head and not believe that, but it comes down to, as the professor said, and the gentleman that he works for, the senator, it's a balancing act between wanting to get reelected and doing the right thing as well. And if you can find that balance where you find out what your constituency wants, and you're able to make a persuasive case in the Assembly or Senate, and then be able to go home with your head held high, you can call that, you can call your career a success. To do that, you need to know what's going on with your people. So when you hear about the politicians who take money, or you hear about the politicians that go out on the fancy dinners with paid lobbyists, the bottom line, 99.99% of people, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, want to hear from you. And these hearings, they take more from these hearings and groups of people coming up and sitting in their office than they we ever do on in the streets outside the Capitol. I assure you of that. And I will tell you, you folks were good. You were good. And even those who were nervous, you hit it well, because I've seen people have an absolute meltdown in front of panels, and even in front of electeds during public hearings, because they're so nervous. Bottom line is this is government at its purest. You guys coming up and explaining what the need is and helping us to address it. I know I was pointing with a couple of you. I just wanted to play along with you. That's right. We discussed that, because I thought, I'll tell you, the way you dodged and weaved and did what you needed to do as a businesswoman in an industry that is being lured by other states. You did very well, but I got to tell you, that's, people have no plans because we are appointed, but we're appointed because we want to get to the facts and we want to get to the truth, and we don't want to hear that 9 out of 10 dentists. Well, what dentists? What dentists are they? The dentists in your town, or dentists in general, or do these dentists really exist? There's a lot of people who BS what they say. So I got to tell you, you guys were good, prepared. Now we can say that, but I know we all can. But you were sharp, and you persuaded me. So thank you.
Yeah, sure. Glenn and David? Yeah.
Well, I would, of course, I echo Assemblymember Manning's comments about your effort today. It was extraordinary, and having been here last year, I can say that this is an amazing program. I'm not aware of anything like it anywhere else. So kudos to all of you at PACE for doing this. I have actually had, like Professor Cronin, had to testify before legislative hearings before, and I was as nervous as you were. If you were nervous, I was as nervous, and I remember sweating terribly, for sure I was going to say all the wrong things and then regret it for the rest of my life. But naturally, once it's over, you're a little bit breathing easy, and it's not so bad. But I've also had worked for several governors in the counsel's office, and we had to work with the legislature, and it was always our policy to meet with everybody who came in. So I actually had the opportunity to meet with groups just like yours in real life, the ones that you played, actually every single type. And I was blessed enough to actually be lobbied by Professor Cronin, who was actually one of the best advocates ever in New York, and has actually contributed greatly to our environmental laws and programs. So he's living an embodiment that this really counts. And when he came to talk to the governor on numerous occasions that I was there, he made his point. The governor almost very often went along with what he had to say because he had the facts and the arguments behind it. So it works, and it's real life, and it's not very different than what we did today. So, having been on both sides of this situation, learn your stuff. Don't fake it. Learn your stuff, and when you don't know it, tell them you don't know it, and then you'll get back to them. Because if you fake it, you're gonna kill your credibility. And of course, you don't have to ever go out on a limb and do something you don't want to do, even though your client insists on it if it's unethical.
See? You see? I wasn't lying, right?
So yeah, I've had this really blessed career, and I'm so lucky to even be sitting here and participating in this. It's great to be back. Thank you.
You're being
I would agree with most of what was just said, and I would just echo it too. So first of all, I really was very impressed by these students. So terrific job, and doing a simulation like this is terrific. We're trying at the law school to do more and more simulations and experiential learning. People put people out in real world situations, because what you learn from that really is invaluable. And I know how hard it is to put together, so good for you for doing it. It really is true that most public officials I've worked with and for, a lot of legislators, a lot of government executives, and they mostly do want to do the right thing to the extent that they can. And I think that's something don't forget as an advocate, because if you can get to that place of where, reach that place where you say, that really would be the right thing to do, you can have an impact. At the same time, understand the constraints that people are under and try and work with that as best you can. If somebody represents 200 dairy farmers, they're not going to do something that's going to put those people out of business. So in talking to that person, you have to be able to understand, well, here's how you can do something good for the environment and here's how you can explain it to your constituents. You always have to try and do your best to put yourself in the shoes of the person you're talking to and understand what their needs are. When you say facts, it's these things are simple, but easier said than done. Facts really matter, and the more you prepare, the better a job you will do. And preparation includes anticipating what the counter arguments are going to be and what questions are going to be asked, and coming up with your best answers to them. And don't ever risk your credibility by stretching or saying something that may turn out not to be true. It's always much better to say, I can get back to you on that, or that is a downside. I mean, people don't. In the real world, nothing is all upside and no downside. And sometimes, it's better to acknowledge that there's a downside and say, but here's all the stuff that comes with it. So that's it for my thoughts there. But I have to excuse myself because I have some visitors from Pace Downtown, so I'm going to skip out on the rest of this. But I just want to say again, I thought the students did a terrific job, so thanks very much for that.
Before you leave, I just want to ask one thing. All the team members had a chance to testify, but will the law students stand up and show themselves?
They are.
You know who they are?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure. Yeah, Karen.
So thank you so much. Go on. Thank you so much. This was a lot of fun. Thank you, John, and Michelle, for inviting me. I'm honored to be on this panel. This is just a very exciting experience for me. I've been doing public service for about 15 years, and I started my career as a litigator. And I don't have a lot of experience. I'm trying to think if I have any testifying for a legislative panel, and I don't think that I do. But there are a lot of similarities with this type of testimony and just presenting your case to a judge or a law student. You're going to have experience doing that or have had it already. The preparation showed, I think, that you guys really knew your stuff. I was very impressed. I thought this was credits for a class this entire process, so this was very impressive. I just want to echo what other members of the panel said about the process, and you're doing such a great thing right now because really every time you go forward, that first time you're nervous, and the next time you're still going to be nervous, but you'll have to say, oh, I did this before. So this is all part of that process, and something that took me a while, starting out as a litigator and having to be an advocate for my case, of course. But as you're trying to solve problems, the whole idea of can you live with this is so important. And this is such a great exercise here for you as young people learning these, this type of policy work. Because I think now more than ever, it seems so important for us to think, okay, what are our shared interests? What are the issues that we're dealing with? And how can we solve these problems? So this is a terrific program, and I want to thank this panel, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Kate?
I'll echo
echo what everyone said about you guys doing a fabulous job. I really did think that you did. I know how much work goes into something like this. I haven't testified before legislators. I'm an attorney, and I do SEC work, so I've brought witnesses into the SEC, and I've done courtroom work, which is also, very scary. I do more and more animal pro bono work and animal volunteer work that's not necessarily legal in nature. And so my interest right now is not so much in passing laws as repealing certain ones that we shouldn't have, which were discussed today, like the AETA. I'm actually working on that with an organization. I just can't say enough about how important it is to get involved in issues that strike you as important, especially like at this point in your life. I mean, if you had asked me 10 years ago if I was going to become an animal lawyer, I just would have laughed my head off. And then I went to some conferences and started learning a lot about what's going on. And so that sort of changed my life, shaped my trajectory. I just encourage you to do what you can in terms of lobbying for laws, writing laws. It doesn't have to be a legislator who does them, actually. Also, separate from the entire legislative and judicial process, at least in the animal world, there's a lot of view that the laws aren't going to solve the problem, and so it's up to sort of people and their individual, what they do on their own and the choices they make. And so there's a lot of satisfaction to be derived by trying to live according to ideals that you work out that have nothing to do with the government democratic process. So you've got lots of different avenues.
Great, thanks. Who's got a question? Yeah, go ahead. Behind you, and then you.
My question is for Assemblymember Manning. Since you were a co-founder of Hudson Valley Fresh, you have real-life experience with farmers and the work that they do and how regulations and things like what we're talking about today will impact them. And I was just curious, out of all the suggestions that you heard today, from your experience, do you think that any of them would actually be suitable, and which ones and why so?
Sure. And by the way, anybody use Hudson Valley Fresh in their presentation? Don't think it wasn't noticed. In fact, it was so noticed that maybe cut it up again. When Dr. Simon and I started it was based on a napkin in a diner on the concept of a value-added product. So those who drop Ben and Jerry's in their defense, you're absolutely right. Taking a commodity and turning it into something that is value-added, giving it more value than just a commodity, is proven time and time again that people will pay more for a story, and people will pay more for something that you create versus just supply. And it's been a boon to the dairy farms that I represented and now beyond. And it's now being used as a model. But it's not rocket science. Obviously, people want something that's, when someone said, what was your mission statement? I said, clean, fresh, and good. Nobody else comes close. And people are like, oh, that's good. Well, it's like Howard Stern was once asked, how did you become the king of all media? Because everyone calls him the king of all media. And he said, I just started calling myself that, and then everyone fell along. And it's true. If you have a story and you show what can be done and how it affects those constituencies that are important to you, that you don't have to be an elected official to know that you like driving down the road and rolling down the window and yelling moo at the passing cow. You wouldn't have that if it's a bunch of CAFOs. You wouldn't want to roll the window down. And for that, it's proven to be a success. You saw me get pointed on just, well, if not a CAFO, then what? I do believe with encouragement, it doesn't even have to be legislation, to the small farmer. The small farmer, through proper transportation, which is what Hudson Valley Fresh actually started as. I was at a Yale conference, and we were all talking about, it was a Yale Sustainability Conference for food, and everybody was talking about, and I just got out of the legislature, well, I was still in the legislature, and they were talking about how we should compost, and everybody should pay more for the farmer. And I was like, you know, I always heard it's a transportation issue, like we have the best apples, but we can't get them to the city. Yeah, you know, everyone should compost and pay more for quality products. Well, the real world is Helios needs that milk, and they're going to get it from farmer A, who's big, or farmer B through Z that are small, as long as it doesn't cost them a cent more. So we as activists, being elected office or not, need to work to find alternatives to make sure that that apple that comes from the Hudson Valley to New York City is cheaper than one that comes from South America, which a few years ago wasn't the case, or that milk that goes to Helios or Chobani or what have you is just the same cost, if not cheaper, because we are dealing with a national market, we're dealing with a global market. And that's when I talk about the Chobani paradox. They're not going to be like, oh shucks, let's stay. They're getting out of Dodge. And they will, because in the grand scheme of things, they appreciated the time that they were up in upstate New York, but it's about the almighty dollar, especially when they're sold to larger conglomerates. So that's my long answer, I guess, to a very short question, but everything you guys brought up, you're absolutely right. If you continue to discuss this and get involved with this, find ways to help that small farmer give the quality milk that they have to the industries that need it the most. Because I'll tell you, Chobani, and we were talking, sorry for going on, we were talking about, I don't eat Chobani. I know what kind of milk they use. Someone who talked about custom milk. Remember, good quality milk and low quality milk, it's all thrown into the truck and driven to the processor. So milk with pus and milk that you'd be proud to produce, it's all thrown together. And this person spent a lot more money than this person to produce that milk. And this person finally starts to say, what the hell am I doing? If I'm trying to do something good and no one's respecting it. That's where Hudson Valley Fresh came in. The Chobani, because of the need to find milk wherever it is, they're taking anything. So we need to find a way to say, we'll make it easy for you and inexpensive for you to take the best quality milk. We've got to find them solutions and not just be jingoistic.
So to kind of go on that, and also what you said, so this change perhaps our eating habits and food regulation, you said it might not necessarily come through law or government regulation, but where can it come from? Because to me, it's almost a moral dilemma, like the photos that the parent presentation had of those cows is just horrible. And so as a society, could we drive people maybe through incentives or through labeling into making more sustainable choices and thinking of this as a more moral choice as opposed to just economic drivers and the cheapest production and the cheapest milk, because that's just not moving forward as humanity. That's not what I don't think. Me personally, I don't think that's where the direction we're going to go.
Ms. Fitzpatrick talked about that as well, and I have to agree with her. No, people want to do the right thing. They want to do the good and moral and ethical thing. But I will tell you, it's very easy to turn your head when you're making economic choices, either in your supermarket or deciding how much you have to pay for that food gallon of milk, whether it's class 1 or class 3. And you'll decide to go class 3, and it means having to deal with your competitors who are a cent and a half lower than you in the market. So to that point, from the pictures that were shown during the one presentation, the passionate testimony was told there, once people are educated, they'll make the right choice. But at the same time, they need to know there's an alternative. And I guess what I'm saying is, if you're able to show a story that this product is clean, fresh, and good, and nobody else comes close, and isn't your child worth 4 cents more? 10 out of 10 people will choose the 4 cents if it's convenient for them to purchase it. They won't drive 50 miles to get it, but they will purchase the one that's 4 cents more if there's a story that goes behind it. And that was the whole model for Hudson Valley Fresh, was there was a story that 100% of the profits went to the farmers, that nobody could beat us in somatic cell count and bacteria count. And how much bacteria do you really want your child to drink? And it might be organic, but it's ultra pasteurized. You know they overcook it to keep it longer. And to keep it longer, it really turns it into flavored water. All the good and bad bacteria is cooked out. Is that what you want for your children? 10 out of 10 people always said no. But again, you have to tell that story. As the CEO of Stonyfield Yogurt once said, the hardest part is getting the spoon from the yogurt cup into the mouth. After that, I have them. We always have them after they drink Hudson Valley Fresh, but convincing them they're doing something right for them to buy that first half gallon is the hardest part.
Kate, did you want any thoughts there?
I would say that, well, first of all, I have a book to recommend to every person in this room, whether or not you care about animals, really, and that is the Animal Activist Handbook by Bruce Friedrich and Matt Ball, which really teaches anyone very succinctly how to be a very effective activist. And it can be for any cause, really. So I think that a lot of good is coming from people cutting down on their meat consumption and their dairy consumption. And I don't think, don't think it has to be all or nothing. The statistics show that, a lot of, harmed animals are being reduced by people simply just cutting down, which is why we've got Meatless Mondays in the schools, from the Humane Society. Vegan outreach is at pace, but it's at most colleges because this is the time when you want to try to reach people about these issues. It's kind of, it's the way I've heard Bruce Friedrich talk. If anyone can ever go hear him speak, they should. He says, every time you sit down to a meal and you choose to not eat meat, you're throwing your lot in with the oppressed instead of the oppressor, because the meat that we eat, 99% of it is treated like what we saw, and it's really, it's difficult. It's difficult, and a lot of we're working on laws, but the animal agricultural industry is extremely powerful, and so that's why maybe a lot of it comes more from people just making their own individual choices. And in some ways that's depressing, but in some ways I find that very inspiring. Like Anne Frank said something like, at one point, like, how wonderful is it that no one need wait another moment to make the world a better place. That you can just do it right now. I suggest that people read that book, anyone interested, and also get in touch with me for more information on this, because there's so much out there, and it's a wonderful group of people really trying to do the right thing, what they believe is the right thing, after a lot of soul searching. So feel free to email me, and I'll tell you more and more and more and more and more and more and more.
Great. Dorothy Day said you don't need permission to do good.
I also have a question for Ms. Fitzpatrick. You just mentioned the strength of the agriculture industry, and in your bio here it says you're interested in the questionable constitutionality of the Animal Enterprise Act. I was just wondering what kind of strategies or opportunities are there to challenge laws like these that are just inherently unconstitutional but have made their way through at the federal level? And I feel like there's a really large disconnect with federal politics and local participation, and I'm just wondering how is it that we can, change these sort of.
Yeah, when I heard about the AETA, I was at some meeting, and a woman started talking about it. She's like, they're making it illegal to do this. It was also ag-gag laws. And I really couldn't believe what she was saying. It was so obviously unconstitutional that I was like rolling my eyes thinking, okay, here's another person talking, we don't know what they're talking about regarding the law. I did not think it could have been passed. The Equal Justice Alliance is a small organization that is dedicated to getting appeals and was formed for that purpose. And they are involved, they're trying to get the ABA to recommend that it be repealed, because the ABA has some weight. But that got sort of defeated mostly by the, I believe, the people in the pharmaceutical area, which is actually the group that got it passed. And that is apparently the most powerful lobby in the country, even bigger than Big Oil. So they're working on it, and a lot of other animal groups are working on it. I don't know, what can be done other than getting in touch with those groups, and when it comes time to, really be talking to your representatives and sort of embarrassing them. I guess you could start that at any point. Find out who supported this and, who's come out and talked about it. It's incredibly shameful. It's an embarrassment. And, there's the National Lawyers Guild is involved. Non-lawyers can be involved in that group. And you can actually go and, talk to these people who have been imprisoned under these laws. And it's absolutely incredible. Hear stories, and if you need motivation, you can hear these people who have lost years of their life and risked so much, and it's just amazing. And it's also such an insult to First Amendment, people who believe in the First Amendment. I don't care if you don't like animals. This law is insane. I mean, it can affect anybody. It affects everyone's free speech rights, whatever you're trying to boycott. It doesn't have to be with animals.
Thanks so much. We're going to start closing up, moving on to awards and so on. A couple of things. PACE Academy offers an environmental policy clinic that's 6 credits, and it's going to run this fall. And if you want to make a difference, if you want to actually represent a client out in the real world, if you want to learn how policy works, if you want to learn how to lobby, if you want to learn environmental law, we compacted all of the 6 credits in your own meeting space over in the Vineyard Building behind Dyson. It's teamwork. It's the application of all your skills. It's challenging, exciting, and fun. Members of PACE Academy's Environmental Policy Clinic, we have many here tonight today. Raise your hand. All right. Don't believe me. If you want to sign up for a really good 6 credits, it's an INT program. It's also an AOK one. It's also a writing enhanced course. It's also, what else is it? AOK one. Writing enhanced, what?
Honors course.
And it's honors, but I can get you in. I know somebody. Yeah, it's honors. I encourage you, if you're looking for a way to make a difference, you want to learn more about policy, it doesn't have to be because you're interested in the environment. It's really about how to be an advocate, and no matter what occupation you go into, you're going to have to be an advocate. So I encourage you to think about it if you're looking for something fun and interesting to do in the fall. Thank you very much to our panel members again. So now I get to do one of my favorite things, which is to introduce my boss, Michelle Land, who is the director of the PACE Academy. And none of this, not the clinic, not this, any of this would be happening if Michelle Land wasn't running the PACE Academy for Applied Environmental Studies. So,
thank you.
I'm hoping you can all hear me from here. Is it good? Yeah, okay, great. Well, you did it. Congratulations. You did it. And I couldn't be more proud of each and every one of you, truly. So just, I know that it's dispersed throughout the program, but just to give you a quick, camera shot of the diversity here. We have 32 students that participated this year in the mock legislative hearing, 8 of which are graduates from the law school, as well as 1 from Lumen's accounting program. And then we have 23 undergraduates. And I want to run through the majors really quickly because it just amazes me. Communications, accounting, environmental studies, biochemistry, English, finance, political science, psychology, criminal justice, applied psychology and human relations, and film studies.
and you range from freshmen to seniors. This is what PACE Academy was created to do, exactly this. And we're so fortunate that we get to do it because you all wanted to engage. So we are grateful to you for that. So this combined diversity of you students who are involved in, and really the exceptional careers of our mock committee members made today's hearing really exemplary program. And as was said by Judge Bruning earlier, we have looked around the country for others examples of programs that are similar to this, and they're just not there. So you're all to be commended on your participation in this program. It's really of national significance. So kudos to you all. Assembly committee members. John added up the numbers, as he did last year, I believe also. So our committee members represent more than 110 years of combined legal, political, and policy experience. And the diversity of your career is really cool.
Yeah.
You brought elective, investigative, litigative, lobbying, business, and academic skills to the committee. And your work really across all three branches of government, legislative, judicial, and executive, that really lent an authenticity that showed in your probing questions and the analysis of today's testimony. So the quality and professionalism really elevated the hearing, you know, your presence alone. So we are so grateful to you. Thank you very much for being here today. Students, I know this was a complicated issue. It was a really tough one to tackle. It reached across all the disciplines, even beyond those that I listed that you're actually hailing from. And it really represents society in a true way. So that's pretty unique. But your products were outstanding. All of us have felt that way very strongly. And we know that you've devoted a lot of extra time throughout the semester. And many of you were up into the wee hours of this morning. We all know that. And I know that John and Caroline were there along with you. You're all really impressive and inspiring group of students. So thanks for that. Thank you also to our faculty members who mentored and inspired our teams today. We're grateful that you believed that this opportunity was worthwhile, and we're grateful. So Professor Digga-Cassuto of Law is here, I believe, still, and Professor Tracy Basile of Dyson is here. I think Dr. Pulaski-Bailey and Dr. Schilling-Hogler and Dr. Paul Zeke had to leave, but also Dyson, they were also faculty members, so we're grateful. Donna Cole, thank you, Donna, our program coordinator. She works her logistical magic everywhere she goes. She just spreads little fairy dust of logistics everywhere. I don't know how she does it.
Hey, Donna!
And Caroline, you have to stand up because we all want to give you a big round of applause. This has been Caroline's baby for a year. She's literally worked on it for a year, and this is really her big project. So, Caroline, we're so grateful for all the time you've spent. You're very nurturing, but you also know the substance, and you just keep such a calmness about you that keeps us all calm, right? Don't you all agree? She's a cool cucumber no matter what situation. So we all benefit from that. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so the moment you've all been waiting for, we're going to do the award ceremony now. So all of you get certificates, of course, just because we would have something that you can all display proudly from your hard work this semester. So at the end of the ceremony, we'll have you all come down and get your certificates from Caroline. Please don't forget to do that. So the lunch took a